Sanibonani malunga hloniphekile. Bengicela sigebise amakhanda umzuzwana. Siyabonga. Singahlala phansi. Malunga hloniphekile, malunga hloniphekile. Malunga hloniphekile order. Sicela ukwethula the obituaries that we have. The apologies that we have. The first apology that we have is the apology from Honorable M. Indobe, the Deputy Speaker, attending the Joint Program Committee meeting in Cape Town on behalf of our legislature on apologies. The second apology is Honorable S. Zigalala, Premier of Kwazulu Natal, who only returns later today from an official international trip. The third is from Honorable V.F. Hlabisa, the leader of the opposition, who is attending NCOP plenary session in Cape Town. And the last one is for Honorable V.R. Mlotshwa, who is still at home due to the known family bereavement. Also, we have received a notice that Honorable M.E. Phakathi of the ATM is not well. We would like to wish the honorable member a speedy recovery. Honorable members, I want to take this opportunity to wish happy birthday in advance to the following members. Honorable M.B. Gwala, who will be born on the 4th of December. Honorable E. Rabe, who will be born will be celebrating on the 7th of December. Honorable Armstrong Duma, who will be celebrating his birthday on the 13th of December. Honorable M. Bintuli, who will be celebrating his birthday on the 24th of December. Honorable M.C. Fraser, who will be celebrating her birthday on the 25th day of December. Honorable S.E. Manele, who will also be celebrating his birthday on the 25th of December. We want to wish you well, honorable members, on your special days. We're using the dates that are shown on your ID. We might not be sure, Honorable Gwala, that you were really born on the 4th of December. But nonetheless, happy birthday. Honorable members, you are reminded of the 2019 Inter-Legislature Games that are going to be held from today to the 30th of November in the University of Kwazulu Natal, Howard College in Durban. And the hosting of these games was initially communicated to members via email on the 27th of August 2019. The program thereof will be circulated to members, and the logistics to the members that have indicated participation in the games will also be circulated. The Premier of Kwazulu Natal, Mr. S. Zigalala, and members of the Executive Council have pleasure in inviting all members of the legislature to attend the 2019 Provincial World AIDS Day, scheduled as follows. The date is the 1st of December 2019, this coming Sunday at 10 o'clock at Hlabisa Sports Grounds, Ward 12, Hlabisa Local Municipality. The Office of the Speaker will also be holding a Young Women's Dialogue in Durban on Tuesday, the 3rd of December, starting at 9 o'clock at the Olive Convention Center. The invitation is extended to all women parliamentarians, but to prioritize their committee work. His Majesty King Zwelithini Goodwill Kabheki Zulu and the royal household cordially invites all members of the legislature to the joyful historic celebration of His Majesty's 48th coronation anniversary commemoration to be held on the 6th to the 7th of December 2019 at 10 o'clock Kwanobamba and Ketom Tandayo Palaces in Kwanongoma. Of course, the legislature of Kwazulu Natal ahead wishes His Majesty and the entire royal household well in the forthcoming anniversary and how he continues to inspire the Zulu nation in the province of Kwazulu Natal and beyond. Now, honorable members, we are moving to tablings. Before we move to the tablings, we will move to the announcements and reports by the Premier, Office of the Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. The messages from the Premier, the Honorable Zigalala, are as follows. On the 1st of December, our province and our country will commemorate the International World AIDS Day. The day serves as a crucial reminder of our commitment to fight against the HIV and AIDS. It is the day where we all are called upon to raise awareness of the epidemic in our communities, places of learning, and the workplace. The international theme of this year is the communities make a difference. The South Africans in communities make the difference. Cheka impilo. Yesterday, our province, joined by Dr. Zweli Mkhize and our Honorable Nomagugu Masmelane Inumtwalume, for the launch of the new HIV treatment through the new drug, TLV. This is the era of a 1 pill and 1 a day. The drug has been found to have a rapid high viral suppression rate and has fewer side effects. The honorable members are also advised that every champion MEC will hold a World AIDS Day on the 1st of December. Another announcement, Honorable Speaker, is that the International Day of Persons with Disability will be held on the 10th of December. South Africa participates in the United Nations Global Campaign on the 16 days for non-violence against women and children. During the same period, South Africa and the world also observed the International Day for People with Disabilities, and on the 3rd of December, about 1 billion of our people across the globe have disabilities. And KZN will use this day to create awareness on disability issues to advance the rights of people with disabilities. Another announcement, which is the one but last, on the Reconciliation Day. On the 16th of December 2019, South Africa will observe the Reconciliation Day and promote social cohesion. Kwazulu Natal is the host province for the national event this year, where we will host the Honorable His Excellency Ramaphosa. Since the 2019, the United Nations Year of Indigenous Language, South Africa will be supporting National Reconciliation Day through the promotion, development, preservation of indigenous languages. The South Africa has the following strategic objective: advancing constitutional democracy, human rights and equality, challenge patriarchy and gender-based violence, promote non-racialism, non-sexism, and humanity and solidarity, promote Pan-Africanism, promote regional and continental integration, promote indigenous languages, bring different racial groups together to reflect the future of South Africa, promote acceptance and diversity, encourage healing of individuals and community, encourage open and honest conversation. The last but one from the Honorable Premier Zigalala is that on the 5th of December, Nelson Mandela, the 5th of December marks exactly 6 years since the passing away of the father of our nation, the founding president, Nelson Mandela. Let us all use this occasion to remember the values that President Mandela embodied and recommit to build a united, equal, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous society as the leadership of this legislature in Kwazulu Natal. The 6th of December, Professor C.L.S. Nyembezi, in a State of the Province address, we acknowledge that 2019 marks the centenary birth of the legendary and gifted isiZulu author and academic Professor Sibusiso Nyembezi, born on the 6th of December 1919 in Babanango. He would have turned 100 years this year, in a year dedicated to promotion of indigenous languages by the United Nations. It is crucial that this honorable House notes that we properly pay tribute to this writer who contributed immensely to isiZulu literature and language. Honorable Speaker, those are the announcements from the Honorable Premier Zigalala.
Thank you, Honorable Ntube, the Acting Premier. Honorable members, there is another announcement that the Speaker has to make. Apologies for having skipped it accidentally. On the same 3rd of December, the Standing Committee on Quality of Life, as led by the Chairperson, Honorable P.H. Mbatha-Cele, will be holding a dialogue with Ondlunkulu Bezizwe at the Drakensberg Champagnes Resort on gender-based violence and means that can be employed to deal with it within our traditional leadership structures. The same committee will continue to Nyezane Community Hall on the 5th of December, where they will be still having a community or open public meeting on the issues relating to quality of life and gender-based violence. Members of the Quality of Life Standing Committee are requested to prioritize attending this important initiative by the Standing Committee. Thank you, honorable members. Let's now move to the tabling of reports or papers. The tablings that have been made and been received by the Office of the Speaker is the Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee Oversight Visit Report to Port Shepstone Mega Library of the 25th of October 2019. The Human Settlements Portfolio Committee tables the committee report on the 1920 first quarter performance of the Department of Human Settlements, and the same Human Settlements Portfolio Committee tables their Portfolio Committee report for the committee workshop of the 3rd to the 4th of September 2019. Any further tablings that may not be mentioned here, honorable members? The Chairperson on Standing Committee of Oversight.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I rise to table the report of the Standing Committee on the budget adjustment estimates for the legislature. Thanks.
Thank you, honorable member. The Chairperson of the Finance Portfolio Committee.
Siyabonga kakhulu somlomo nathi sicela ukuthula ireport efanayo kodwa egameni lekomiti lezezimali kulesishamthetho.
Thank you, Honorable Chairpersons. Now, we move to item number 6, formal motions and notices by the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are no formal motions and notices.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Notices of bills or motions. Take this one, take the one here, because it will confuse me. Which one has it? Thank you, honorable members. You may take your seats. Honorable Dube Ncube N of the ANC, Dube Ncube N.
Ngiyabonga Sumlomo. At the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows, that this House notes that the Kwazulu Natal provincial government hosted a high-powered delegation from the state of Baden-Württemberg in Germany. The delegation was led by the Minister, Dr. Nicole Hofmeister-Kraut, the Minister of Economic Affairs, Labor and Housing. In her tour of the province, the minister marveled at the excellent infrastructure and was impressed by efforts of this government aimed at ensuring inclusive economic growth. Critically, both states discussed investment opportunities in KwaZulu Natal in sectors such as automotive, ICT, manufacturing, housing, and skills development. The parties agreed that these are aspects which must form the basis of our socio-economic relations moving forward. As such, an intention for the Memorandum of Agreement between the provincial government of KwaZulu Natal and the state of Baden-Württemberg to ensure promotion of cooperation between the two states was signed. I shall so move.
Thank you, honorable member Dube EV of the ANC.
Honorable Madam Speaker, in the next sitting of the House, I shall move as follows. This House notes the intervention by the Kwazulu Natal Department of Social Development, which has availed funding for 150 social workers as a response to the scourge of gender-based violence. In addition, the national government has also availed 30 social workers. These social workers will be deployed across all districts in the province of KwaZulu Natal. This House therefore resolves to commend this intervention by the African National Congress-led government to support this move and ensure that our communities are informed about this intervention that has been done by the government of the African National Congress. I shall so move. Thank you.
The next member is Honorable Chiliza, MA of the ANC.
Sangikhorektwa nawo umkhathini madoda. In the next sitting, I shall move as follows. This House notes with anger the practice by those cruel males who abuse, rape and kill women and children, especially during this period of 16 days of activism. They use this period to show that they can do it even during this time, no matter how much the society is against it. Somlomo sithuke sonke siyisizwe sizwa ngokudlwengulwa nokubulawa komuntu wesifazane osemncane esentini lapho wesilisa ongcolile odinga ukususwa emphakathini wangaphandle emgwaza amanxeba angama-50. Somlomo thina singamadoda siyajivazeka. Le ndlu iyanquma ukuba baboshwe izandla nezinyawo abenza lokho kubi kangaka. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable ZLI of the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. Lendlu iyakuqaphela ubudlelwane phakathi kwe-Institute of Race Relations kanye neqembu le-DA. Lokhu kubonakala ngokuthi bathathe umholi weqembu uHelen Zille bamqashe ngomhla ka-28 July 2019 bamenze i-Senior Policy Fellow, Writer and Analyst. Lendlu inquma kanje. Le institute ayiziveze ukuthi i-research wing ye-DA futhi igamenxe yavela ngamadlebe ezindabeni zepolitiki. Okwesibili, iyeke ukuzenza abantu abakhathalela abantu base-South Africa ngoba phela bona sizivezile ukuthi hambisana neqembu lezepolitiki. Okwesithathu, uhulumeni ayifakele izibuko lento yama-NGOs agqoka izingubo zemvu kanti athe ntshi ezindabeni zombuso kanye nepolitiki. Ngiyakuphakamisa.
The next member is Honorable Khoza NM of the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. The House notes the move by the Mchali family from Estenga, which was forced to take the body of their loved one to Old Mutual offices in order to prove that they are deceased. This stripped the family of their dignity when this should not have happened, as they had a lawful claim. This House therefore resolves to commend social development for providing necessary support to the family. 2, to commend the young women for their act of bravery, which sent a clear message to Old Mutual, reminding us of women of 1956 who gathered in Union Building saying enough is enough. Watinda bafazi, watinda mbogodo. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable Gumede TJ of the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes the relationship between poverty and HIV. KZN recording the
Honorable
highest-
members, I can hardly hear the honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Notes the relationship between poverty and HIV. KZN recording the highest HIV prevalence. Incidents extending to the girls between age 10 and 15. Entry of foreign nationals into our country without stringent health screening, undermining all strides made in the controlling of the epidemic. Funding agreements made between South Africa and US governments in May 2019, and we congratulate the 3 districts that reached the 90-90-90 target timelessly. This House resolves to urge that more districts be monitored closely to achieve these targets. 2, that the issue of the unemployment must be seriously addressed. 3, revive the awareness campaigns to the level of the 90s and with in-depth debate into this issue. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable Kaula M of the IFP.
Ngiyathokoza somlomo ohloniphekile. Egameni leqembu lenkatha yenkululeko ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyophakamisa kanje. Lendlu ikhathazekile ngesenzo sabathile ababonakala besebenzisa izinkundla zokuxhumana ukulutha abafundi bakamatikuletsheni ngokuba bazobasiza ekutheni bathole izitifiketi zikamatikuletsheni noma bengaphasanga. Lezi zitifiketi kuthiwa zibiza imali ephakathi kwenkulungwane namakhulu amahlanu amarandi kanye nezinkulungwane ezimbili namakhulu amahlanu amarandi. Lendlu inquma kanje: 1, ukunxusa ungqongqoshe wezemfundo KwaZulu Natal umhlonishwa ukwazi Mshengu ukuba alisukumele phezulu lolu daba ngokuthi enze uphenyo ngalokho. 2, ukuqwashisa abafundi bakamatikuletsheni ukuba bangalinge bawele ogibeni lokuluthwa izinswelaboya ezibathembisa izulu nomhlaba ukuba zizobenzela izitifiketi nakuba bengaphasanga. 3, ukunxusa umnyango wezemfundo KwaZulu Natal ukuba uqalise umkhankaso wokuqwashisa abafundi kuzo zonke izifunda ngobungozi bokuthenga izitifiketi ezingombombayi. 4, ukunxusa abazali ukuba bangamoshi izimali zabo bethenga izitifiketi ezingombombayi egameni lezingane zabo. Hlonishwa somlomo ngiyophakamisa.
The next member is Honorable Kika I of the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that we mark the end of the matric examinations and the end of an era of hard work and sacrifice, especially on the part of the parents of some 184,000 learners. That results will be released over the 7th and then on the 8th of January 2020 at the ICC. That no matter the results, their potential is not limited, and that this is a springboard to another phase of life and responsibility. A focus on quality education must be the primary objective to ensure that every learner contributes to a better South Africa. This House resolves to congratulate the class of 2019 on the completion of their schooling and to wish every one of them a successful future in the hope of exploring opportunities that will ensure a capable state. So shall I move.
The next member is Honorable CJ Papas of the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of this House as follows. This House notes that the Bluff and eThekwini has been awarded International Whale Heritage status, making South Africa the only country on the continent with this accreditation. The work of South Durban tourism-based organization, Wild Oceans and Councillor Prinsloo were vital in achieving this. This House therefore resolves to officially congratulate South Durban, Wild Oceans and Councillor JP Prinsloo for this achievement, to work towards developing and supporting this tourism, environmental and heritage opportunity, and to appeal to the eThekwini municipality to support the further development of this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable Esther Rajbanzi of MF.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move as follows. Noting every November we commemorate the arrival of indentured Indians to KwaZulu Natal, the Minority Front motioned the eThekwini Council in 2006 for monument funding, thereafter procured from the Premier's Department in 2014. Further noting these encompassed the sugarcane, railway, coal miners and sea netters contribution, calls on the Honourable Premier to investigate what happened to the 6 million of the 10 million rands allocated to eThekwini, and that the returned 4 million to the Premier's budget may need to be increased to accomplish the original monument themes. Moved by Mrs. Rajbansi.
The next member is Honorable Mtetwa NB of the ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the next sitting of the House, I shall move as follows. Noting the recent natural disasters in the province that has left hundreds of people injured and hundreds of families homeless. Therefore, this House resolved to applaud the immediate response by the donors and provincial government, in particularly COGTA and Human Settlement, for having ensured that all the victims have food, temporal shelter, and all support they need. Human Settlement already started building houses with an aim of getting them completed before Christmas. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable Mtshali TS of the ANC.
Sibingelele Somlomo, in the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. In the month of October 2019, the Honorable Premier of the province awarded the beneficiaries of the KZN Business Fund. This has been a groundbreaking achievement, but it also set out young people to be their own liberators. Further to that, they've become employers and are now contributing to the economy of our province. This House therefore resolves that the government must improve efficiency of government-led job creation programs through promotion of SMMEs and entrepreneurial development through government buying power, as well as ring-fencing budget for the youth and women-owned companies, including those youth-owned companies who benefited from the KZN Business Fund. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable Ngubane LD of the ANC.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. Somlomo ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyophakamisa kanje. Lendlu iyayinaka imikhankaso ye-16 days of activism eyenzeka ezweni lonke. Yenziwa uhulumeni kaKhongolose kanye nenhlangano futhi ebusayo kaKhongolose kanye nezinhlaka ezahlukahlukene ekulweni nesifo esibi esibhekene neso. Lendlu inquma kanje. SiwuKhongolose sifuna ukunxusa ukuba le mikhankaso iqhubeke yenzeke unyaka wonke, izinsuku zonke, 365 days. Sithi yonke iminyango ayihlele izinkundla zokucobelelana ezokwenzeka ezifundeni zonke ngokwahlukana, ukuba abantu besilisa babonakale bebamba iqhaza elikhulu ekulweni nalesi sihlava, hayi ngokukhuluma nje kuphela, kodwa nangezenzo. Ukuba abantu bakithi nawo wonke umuntu baqonde ukuthi sikhuluma ngani masikhuluma ngokuhlukumezeka kwabantu besifazane nezingane, ukuze sonke sihambisane siyisizwe. Kungabi sengathi sikhuluma ngabantu besilisa nabesifazane bodwa, kodwa sizibandakanye nezinhlaka ezithintekayo okuyi-LGBTIQ+. Ngiyakuphakamisa.
The next member is Honorable Swartboy Ntombela GN of the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the next sitting day of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting the recent decision by the KZN Department of Education for expelling 7 educators after being found guilty of sexual offenses. This House therefore resolves to applaud the decisive move by the department for demonstrating that our government does not tolerate any criminality taking place in our society. We also encourage more victims to come forward so that all perpetrators face the law. And parents must not protect offenders in exchange of money and material things. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable MPP Zungu of the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the next sitting of this House, on behalf of the ANC, I shall move as follows. Noting that Mandeni or Istebe has been plagued by community protests that affected human lives, property destroyed, and industries burnt down, which led to some businesses considering option to relocate elsewhere. The violence waged by protesters in 2011, 2016, and 2019 left some factories, stores looted and burnt. Consequently, this resulted in job losses and increased unemployment in Mandeni or Istebe and surrounding areas. The House resolves that government pays urgent attention in creating conducive environment for investment and political stability through inclusive stakeholders engagement. Through inclusive stakeholders engagement. I shall so move, Speaker. Thank you.
The next member is Honorable Msimango, PN of the IFP.
Somlomo othandekayo. Ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyophamisa kanje. Lendlu ikushayela ihlombe okwenziwe umphakathi waseWard 4 eMtubatuba. Lapho khombese khona ukhongoloso ukuthi wawungadidekile futhi ungadle egoloko ngesikhathi uvotela iqembu lenkatha ngokwedlule. Ngakho ke lendlu inquma kanje. Ukubongela ukhansela omushasha okhethiwe futhi okwesibili ukhansela uZulu waseWard 4. Okwesibili ukumncoma ukuthi akazange aphele amandla waqhubeka usebenzela umphakathi waseWard 4 noma imfamona ezazithi akakhethwanga ngendlela efaneleyo. Umhlonishwa somlomo ngiyawuphakamisa.
The next member is the Honorable Raib E of the Democratic Alliance.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of the House as follows. This House notes the front page of the witness today is disturbing as it confirms that the HOD of the Department of Social Development, Ms. Kanyile, will be earning R500,000 for doing absolutely nothing until her contract expires at the end of March 2020. This House therefore resolves that the MEC and Premier act responsibly and rectifies the situation where two people are being paid for doing the same job, and that Ms. Kanyile's contract is dealt with as a matter of urgency so as not to waste taxpayers' money. Madam Speaker, I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable Mthembu, NR of the ANC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. We note the opportunism displayed by counter-revolutionary forces who want to destroy the legacy of the African National Congress, particularly on challenges that faced by our SOEs. I therefore table a motion that allows for members of the House to debate what it means to unbundle ESCOM so that we have a concrete position and we allay fears of our people. The ANC is based on the premise that we must not seek to entertain the views of propagandists. We must clarify our people and what the objectives of the ANC in the matter on hand. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable NPF Mavuso of the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in the next sitting of the House, I shall move as follows. This House notes the plight of a 64-year-old woman from Mbogodweni, south of Durban, that was brought to the attention of the MEC for Social Development. She had been struggling with receiving foster care grants of her grandchildren since 2017. The House further notes the intervention by the team led by the MEC of ensuring that by the 1st of November 2019, she got paid and an investigation has been launched. The House therefore resolves to commend the action taken by the MEC and the team and encourages employees to put people first. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable Mapena AG of the ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Otandwa City. In the next sitting of the House, I shall move as follows. The recent devastating disasters caused by extreme weather conditions in our province was a rude awakening to the realities of climate change. Reports predict more extreme events are yet to hit South Africa. There is no argument or debate against climate change, not forgetting the DA's populist, ignorant, and misleading statement it made in Mthwalu. The climate change is already happening, and according to government reports, is yet to give intensified effects. We therefore resolve COGTA to explore the possibilities of establishing Section 79 committees in all municipalities dedicated to climate change. That climate change educational campaigns be intensified, especially in rural areas and in informal settlements. This includes the evacuation processes and disaster threats that could occur. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable N.R. Majola of the ANC.
Enkosi Speaker. Speaker, on the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes the progressive stance on the National ARV program. This has been shown by the launching of the introduction of one ARV pill, which is taken once a day by Honorable Minister Zweli Mkhize. This drug, which is called TLD, xasele siyicacisa uthi ngu-tenofovir, u-L ngulamivudine, u-D ngudolutegravir. It provides rapid suppression, high genetic barrier to resistance, fewer side effects, easy to take, and improving lives of people living with HIV. This House resolves to record this progress done by research unit by using reports from health facilities on how people react to different drugs recommended to be of positive response to this HIV virus. I shall so move.
The next and last member is Honorable VP Kaluza of the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes the continuous victimization, harassment, and abuse attributed to sex workers. Their lives are at risk on a daily basis as a result of sex work being illegal. The House therefore resolved to applaud the Office of the Speaker for taking the initiative of engaging this vulnerable group. Sex workers are citizens of this country and deserve to be protected like all of us. We call upon this House to debate the proposal made by the South African Law Reform Commission on the work to decriminalize sex work. I shall so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Members. Now, before, I know that it was in just good gesture, Honorable Kaula, because we are in a full sitting of the House. Some things should not go into the record. Your voice was too high. Honorable Members, before we start the debate and voting on the KZN adjustments, Appropriation Bill of 2019, I want to recognize a former member of this House who for the greater part of the 5th term of the legislature was the chief whip of the official opposition at that time, who retired towards the end, who is with us in the gallery, Mr. Mark Steele. It is always great when former members of the House find time to be with us in the House when we are having sittings. Thank you, Mr. Steele. Now, we are now going to the debate on the KZN appropriation bill, and the first speaker for 10 minutes will be the Honorable S. Nkosi to table the report as the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Finance on the KZN Adjustments Appropriation Bill on behalf of his Portfolio Committee. Honorable Sihlalo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greeting to my friend, Comrade Mark on top there. We are quite happy to see you. Honorable Speaker, this KZN Adjustments Appropriation Bill 2019 was tabled in this August House on the 26th of November 2019 by the MEC for Finance, Honorable R.R. Pillay. The bill was subsequently referred by you, Honorable Speaker, to the Finance Portfolio Committee and Stakov for consideration and reported to this House. The committee was briefed by the Provincial Treasurer on the same day in the Ingutse House or committee room. On the 28th of November 2019, the Finance Portfolio Committee used the technology in order to process this bill. We want to indicate, Honorable Speaker, that the support was 100% behind this bill. Having considered the bill as we have indicated, and the accompanying papers and reports, members of the Finance Portfolio Committee agreed unanimously to approve the bill and recommend that this House votes in support of this bill. Sibonga kakhulu Somlo.
The next speaker for 5 minutes is the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Oversight, Honorable Ntombela, for 5 minutes. Honorable Chief Whips, we cannot have a chairperson that is supposed to be on the podium that is out of the House, and we have Chief Whips. Honorable members, it's an undesirable situation that we are finding ourselves in. And in terms of the rules, when the speaker is called and is not in the House, the rules say that that speaker falls off. But understanding the importance of the report of a chairperson of a committee, I am invoking rule number 2.1 to allow the Honorable Chairperson of Stakov, who have since joined us, to continue tabling the report because it falls under any unforeseen eventualities that the Speaker may give a ruling or frame a ruling in respect of any eventualities for which the rules do not provide for. A rule framed by the Speaker remains in force until a meeting of the Rules Committee has decided thereon. The rule speaks specifically on speakers, but when they are going to be tabling reports,
The rule is not specific, but conventions allow us, when we're going to table reports, to be in the House. Honorable Ntombela, you are pardoned for today.
Somlomo, shwele, Somlomo. Greeting, honorable members, my apologies. The report of the Standing Committee on Oversight on the 2019-20 budget adjustment for the legislature. The Standing Committee met on the 3rd of November, Chair, to consider the 2019-20 budget adjustment for the legislature. The original appropriated budget for the legislature is as follows. Administration 211 million, parliamentary business 295, direction charge 91, total budget 598,756 million. The adjusted budget is as follows. On administration is 247,372 million, parliamentary business 304,798 million, direction charge 119,130 million, total budget 671,300 million. Original versus revised budgets. The main appropriation of the legislature was 598,756 million in 2019-20, including the statutory members' remuneration direct charge on the Provincial Revenue Fund of 91,680 million. The total amount appropriated for 2019-20, that is the legislature's operational budget, excluding the statutory members' remuneration, was 507.076 million, including the media reviews. The legislature received an additional funding of 72.5 million. This adjustment resulted in the budget increasing from 598,756, including a direct charge, to 671,300 million. Allocation of additional funding. The additional funding has been allocated as follows. The main budget is to be adjusted by an additional allocation of 72.5 million summarized by program below. 36.28 million allocated to program 1 administration. There is 16.10 from the rollover, 17.10 for roof repair, 3.17 million from the 8 million for the job evaluation. 8.81 million was allocated to program 2 parliamentary business, 4.83 million from the 8 million for the job evaluation, 1.45 million from the rollover, 2.53 million from the unspent statutory allocation. 27.45 million was allocated towards direct charge as reimbursement for members' exit payout. The committee noted the report and resolved to adopt it accordingly. I hereby, Madam Speaker, present the 2019-20 adjustment for vote 2 for adoption by the House. Siyathokoza.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next member for 10 minutes is Honorable M. Gavenda of the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before I commence my contribution to the debate, let me say that Billy Naya, a stalwart of the liberation struggle, treason trialist and former Robben Island prisoner, would have celebrated his 90th birthday yesterday. Indeed, he mentored many of us, including His Excellency President Ramaphosa, when he was a young trade unionist. Comrade Bully, or Muna as Madiba and other comrades called him, is sorely missed. Honorable Speaker, I will be speaking on the equitable share rollovers and the provincial commitments. We must, as the ANC, at the outset, commend the Premier and his team for running a tight ship and ensuring that despite difficult economic conditions, the province has retained a positive cash balance. We are, however, not pleased with the under-expenditure in the amount of 1.6 billion of the 2018-19 adjusted budget and urge that provincial departments ensure that they implement plans to fully spend the funds that they have been allocated on the programs for which those funds are intended. Honorable Speaker, we can also understand when there is the element of unspending. For example, in the HIV/AIDS Life Skills Grant, which my colleague Honorable Sonjika will deal with in greater detail, the bulk of that grant has been committed and it will revert to the department, but we note also that there has to be a shift in focusing to increasing awareness of issues around HIV and AIDS prevention and education and behavior, and not solely on treatment. and we trust that the department will use this allocation to its fullest for this purpose. The approved provincial equitable share rollovers relate to various commitments arising from 1819, and they are actually the product of consultations between the affected departments as well as the provincial and national treasury. The rollovers include 1 million going to the Office of the Premier, covering commitments relating to roof repairs to the Moses Mabhida building housing the Office of the Premier. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Development receives a rollover of 67.631 million relating to commitments around veterinary supplies, seeds, fertilizer, fencing, and other such materials that are required, and these funds will assist in ensuring that the ANC-led government's priority of rural development is taken forward. We want to urge the department to ensure that these funds are fully spent. HA receives a rollover of 7 million for commitments relating to the Maritime Center of Excellence under the Moses Kotane Institute. Honorable MEC, we would like to see the center taking off and boosting our youth skills in this sector, which is part of Operation Pakisa and the Blue Economy. Provincial Treasury receives a rollover of 9 million for the Internal Audit Unit's assurance services work that has carried over into 1920, and here we must just sing the song that we would like this work to be done as speedily as possible so that delinquent officials are brought to book in particular. An amount of 3.56 million goes to sport and recreation to meet administrative commitments from 1819, such as office accommodation, while COCTA receives a rollover to purchase equipment for municipalities, as well as for a transfer to the Municipal Infrastructure Support Grant to assist the Abakolusi municipality, which is in respect of a Section 139 intervention. Arts and Culture receives a rollover of 5.13 million for the Archive Repository project, and this had not commenced in 1819. The project has had ongoing delays where funds have been suspended. This rollover will also be suspended, but we do support the suspension and rollover of funds because the province requires its archives, and that cannot be discounted. A number of provincial commitments requiring funding have arisen since the 1920 MTF budget was tabled in the legislature. In some instances, these funds will only be allocated in the 2021 MTF when they are required. And in relation to this, additional funding totaling 1.012 billion has been allocated in this budget. The Office of the Premier receives additional funds for the KZN Youth Empowerment Fund, and this is in line with the Premier's commitment in the June 2019 SOPA. The tranche of 50 million will be allocated in 2021, and the ANC welcomes the allocation of these funds as the Youth Empowerment Fund targets young people who are striving to become economically independent and contribute to this province's economy. An amount of 2.9 million is also supported. It goes to the Office of the Premier to fund the October 17-18 presidential launch of the District Development Model. And these funds are considered well spent, as this model will assist in fast-tracking service delivery, holding civil servants accountable, and helping to fight corruption. ETIA receives 3.3293 million, and this has been allocated back from the Provincial Revenue Fund, and it's going to be used for the further development of the KZN Sharks Board's shark repellent technology. And the service provider here is the Institute of Maritime Technology. Social Security under the Department of Education gets 41.191 million. Honorable Speaker, we must welcome this as violence, criminal activity, and antisocial behavior have become rampant in our schools. Let us appreciate the ANC-led government's proactive initiative to introduce school safety volunteers in schools in the province. Hopefully, these volunteers will assist in curbing violence and criminal activities in our schools. So well done. Human settlements will receive 40.9 million, and that's been generated from the sale of units, housing units, as well as unspent funds from housing projects in the Mphendle and Umzimkhulu municipalities. These funds will be used primarily to enhance service delivery and promote housing programs. COGTA gets an amount of 100.52 million for the water, sanitation, and electricity backlog study. And this study is intended to focus on existing backlogs as well as assessing the state of existing infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, the ANC wants to sound a note of caution here, as the amount allocated appears to be rather high for a study of this nature. But we trust that the department will manage the funds prudently and that there will be value for money. Honorable Speaker, as we all know, learner transport is a sore point in KZN. There are around 58,908 learners who require transport, and yet this function has been seriously underfunded. The allocation of 130 million, with a further allocation of 136.6 million in 2021, is most welcome and will serve to address the pressures experienced in getting learners to schools. Hopefully, this will also assist in reducing the number of learners who risk their lives daily using whatever transports available to get to school. Social development receives 30.129 million for infrastructure projects that are intended to address the department's resolve to address serious challenges around health and safety issues, dilapidated buildings, and child and youth care centers that do not comply with the prescribed norms and standards. So this amount is welcomed. Honorable Speaker, even as we are in the midst of the national program of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, the scourge of gender-based violence continues to rear its ugly head in society and in our communities. The ANC therefore welcomes the allocation of 14.443 million that the department will receive for programs against gender-based violence. The funds will be used to appoint 80 social workers through non-profit organizations for a period of 5 months and provide them with the required tools of trade. Thankfully, Honorable Speaker, these social workers will focus specifically on programs against gender-based violence. So we cannot appreciate this allocation enough. The Department of Social Development also receives an amount of 7.352 million to mentor, coach, incubate, monitor, and evaluate the performance of non-profit organizations. Again, Honorable Speaker, we must say that we believe that these funds are sorely needed for this purpose, as most not-for-profit organizations are staffed by volunteers who, while trying their best, do require mentoring and coaching. Honorable Speaker, let me conclude by highlighting the fact that provincial departments are receiving 174.4 million in the form of rollovers and 1 billion to fund provincial commitments. As the ANC, we are saying, use these funds wisely. Thank you.
The next speaker is Honorable M.B. Gwala of the IFP for 5 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, when considering any public budget, one does so with an expectation that the consequences of government spending would result directly into the betterment of the public good through increased service delivery. The IFP is deeply concerned about the culture by some provincial departments who continue to underspend in their conditional grants. The IFP notes with concern that a total of 19.5 million has to be returned to the National Revenue Fund in terms of various unspent and uncommitted conditional grants. This is a huge concern for the IFP because it indicates that funds which are allocated to provide service delivery to our people are not being fully utilized, as the following grants will be returned to National Revenue Fund. Land Care Grant, 487,000, HIV and AIDS Life Skill Education Grant, 1.5 million, HPV Grant, 6.3 million rand, Provincial Disaster Relief Grant under COGTA, 9.9 million rand, Provincial Disaster Relief under Social Development, 396,000, EPWP Integrated Grant Provinces and under Arts and Culture, 808, thousand rand, community library services grant 31,000. It is not acceptable for critical departments like agriculture to underspend conditional grants which are meant to prioritize the issue of food security in this province. Failure to spend the money was equivalent to betrayal or betraying the people who are already facing harsh economic conditions. The IFP welcomed the allocation of 41.2 million for the provision of school security volunteers in view of the recent violence and criminal activities taking place in schools. To provide volunteers in schools is a very good plan. However, as the IFP, we reiterate our call for installing of metal detectors, CCTV cameras, as well as in schools with alarming rate of violence and crime for the safety of students, staff, and school personnel, as well as to deter students and visitors from bringing weapons to schools. We further welcome the allocation of 41 million for human settlement for the provision of houses to people. There are many people who are in their need of proper housing in the province of Kwazulu Natal. People like Engonini, Ebovini, Iningwavuma are still in need of houses. Such budget allocation should provide these areas and other with proper houses. People must not only be led with houses during elections. Shack dwellers need houses and they must be provided. The IFP further notes the allocation of 136.6 million for 2020-2021 for the provision of scholar transport. We believe scholar transport should be provided in all areas where our children have to commute long distance to acquire an education. For years now, KZN MEC of Education and Transport have been talking of providing appropriate transport and outlawing the transportation of learners on bakkies, but it still goes on and our children are dying on the road. We note with gratitude the allocation of 14.4 million to the gender-based violence programs at Social Development Department. We hope that those programs will be able to help address the root cause of violence, the moral decay and lawlessness that has besieged our society as we have commenced the 16 days of activism against GBV. The IP has taken the issues of women, youth, and children as priority issues, for we know that violence against women and children is a national crisis. It requires an integrated approach from government, communities, civil society, and political parties to stop this scourge. We in the official opposition also commend COGTA for requesting 4 million to be suspended from their budget to OTP for infrastructure repairs undertaken for His Majesty the King's palaces. We have been calling for this development for as long as we can remember. However, it must be noted that we...
The next member is Honorable F.A. Rogers of the DA for 5 minutes.
Ngoba ngiyasho ukuthi sengiyasekela ke ngiyasekela ibill ukuba iphasi.
I'm letting security.
5 minutes, Honorable F.A. Rogers of the DA.
Diabulela Somlo Mama. Firstly, let me greet our DA stalwart, Mark Steele. Good to see you here, Mark. Speaker, post Wednesday's debate, let me start out by indicating that I'm neither a revolutionary nor a prophet, but I'm indeed a realist. You see, when dealing with rands and cents, a realist will achieve the required objective, whereas a revolutionary will operate on a political wish list and a prophet will operate on his predicted wish list. Having said that, I think it's important to realize that we have another prophet in this House. I notice Honorable Duma sweeps on all the finance debates, but I don't recall seeing him at one finance committee. So I'm assuming he's prophetic when he comes in and sweeps on the finance debates. Having said that, Speaker, let me also just note that at Wednesday's debate on finance, the various debates, putting aside all the political posturing and gesturing that took place in this House, I did for the very first time in this legislature note that all parties seemed for once to agree that we have certain challenges and solutions need to be sought sooner rather than later. And I take that as a positive sign in going forward in this sixth term. The challenge, of course, is whether we can collectively achieve this. As Honourable Pillay commented, we need to put our ideological differences aside and come up with solutions. Although I must say, Madam Speaker, I found it quite ironic that just prior to that comment made by the MEC, he quoted Karl Marx, whom I'm not sure ever had the opportunity to put his ideology aside to find lasting solutions. Coming to the proposed adjustments themselves, it must be condemned in the strongest terms, the underspent conditional grant of over 19 million rand, which is now lost to this provincial fiscus. Even though this is an improvement over the prior year, we should in no way tolerate mediocrity when it comes to expenditure. As I commented on Wednesday, Madam Speaker, under-expenditure in its very nature impacts on our strategic goals and objectives. As the impact on our financial resources hit the province and our departments, we must never ever fall into the trap of underspending to purely survive outer years, which is a concern if one looks at the past 2 years and the under-expenditure that we're having. The Finance Committee, Madam Speaker, during the unaudited closeout hearings, implemented a resolution that departments should submit to committees on a monthly basis basic cash flow projections and expenditure and vacant posts, the filling of vacant posts. This resolution was not simply tabled to ensure that the department or the portfolio on finance does its job, but to assist this legislature and the committees in its oversight role. If one considers the recurring financial transgressions, the question remains, are members of the executive and committee chairpersons ensuring that this information is indeed supplied to the committees, or are we just doing a tick box exercise when it comes to resolutions of the Finance Committee? As Honourable Governor commented on Wednesday, we have a collective responsibility. If this is indeed the case, then surely we shouldn't be having these recurring challenges. When we take decisions in SCOPA and in finance, we should see the situation improve. Of particular concern to the DA and the Adjustments budget is the non-existence of additional funding for the Department of Health. In particular, the compensation of employees. Currently, the department sits with just under 1,000 vacant posts. We acknowledge and we appreciate the additional funding through the Division of Revenue, but the reality is this will not address the major challenges that await this department. The additional revenue does not address the challenges of the outer years of compensation. Neither does it address the proposed baseline reductions in compensation of 5%, 6%, and 7% in the MTEF. This will in no doubt equate to an additional 8 billion rand burden on the MTEF. I'll be back.
The next speaker for 6 minutes is Honorable LG Seja of the EFF.
No, thank you, Samloma. Ngibulisa Samloma ohloniphekile. Ngibulise abahlonishwa bonke. EFF leadership, amared pare lapha. Na ngibulisa ama guests lapha phezulu. MEC, we note the tabled adjustment appropriation bill. The 2018-2019 adjustment were underspent by 1.6 billion. The major problem of this government is the lack of planning. This compromises the services which the government has to render to our people and is a major contributor to the shocking state of lack of development in our province. This is why departments fail dismally to use monies allocated to them. It is impossible to stabilize the economy with this kind of incompetency. We have a lot of monies rolled over to the next financial year. This qualifies our view that the government cannot plan. There is no reasonability in giving department monies which they do not know what to do with. This culture and tradition of gross incompetency has to stop. Our people are suffering while their government fails to just devise competent system to change their lives. There is rollovers which were meant for nutrition, for EPWP and children with special needs. To mention a few is a clear indication of the lack of efficiency of our government. This tells us that our students are not getting the requisite interventions while those this government decided to abuse through cheap labor. It cannot use the allocated funds to provide satisfactory conditions, with the total of these rollovers from various departments amounting to over 174 million rands. Also, the 19.5 million which was returned to national because of underspending is a huge cause of concern, as this is money which is much needed by the people of our province. These varied from HIV/AIDS life skills program, community libraries, and land care grants. This government must pull up its socks and stop being a typical ANC government which is glorified for incompetency. The MEC further took us into confidence on the provincial commitments of 1 billion rands. We do not trust this government with so much money. This we must remind each other is a government which is highly indebted in corrupt activities. It is this government which does not comply to legislative guidelines on how monies must be administered. This is clearly shown by the latest Auditor General's report on the state of affairs in our province. We hope the 50 million rands which is committed additionally to the youth fund is going to be channeled accordingly and not used as patronage and political blackmail in expectation of kickbacks by the politically concerned and powerful in government. The 17 million rand for the renovation of the Premier's office roof repairs, the 41 million rand human resettlement housing project and the water, sanitation and electricity study of 106 million will only be reasonable under your theme MEC of belt tightening if this government can do away with tendering system and build its own internal capacity which will cut all these costs while benefiting our people in their respective needs. We believe these figures will extremely change. We do not understand why the Department of Education will be allocated 41 million rands for school security. We accept that there's violence in schools, but this is not reasonable as we have the SAPS. It is the SAPS which must be capacitated and deployed in all our schools and not waste resources in hiring people who have not know how to on this terrain. The same applies with the 14 million rand allocated for gender-based violence. This is a serious issue in our society, but its characterization is misplaced. It is an error enforcing a temporary solution to long-stretched societal ills. This is a waste of money as only 80 social workers from NGOs will be employed just for 5 months. The Department of Social Development should be providing these services, and further, they should be expressed in the curriculum from the Education Department instead of teaching our children on how to have sex. Further from this inability to plan and have clear projections with adequate time frames, MEC, you warn us of possible adjustment due to water. This is another reflection of the lack of proactiveness from our government to capacitate itself so as to meet the demands ahead from our people. MSc ideology is very important. It is a driver of any person's desires and influences their vision and world view. This does not matter to you because your part of choice does not have any ideological foundations. It prides itself in being a broad church, a one-size-fits-all arrangement. This is reflected in the flawed administrative exercise of the government. Thank you, Somla.
The next speaker is Honorable Armlotwa of the NFP for 2 minutes. He is not in the House. The next speaker, therefore, would be the Honorable S. Takur Rajbansi of the Minority Front for 2 minutes.
Honourable members, the Minority Front supports the KZN Adjustments Bill, noting the following. The recent May elections has had an impact on the efficient utilisation of the current budget. Understandably so, we now have a new cabinet and various department adjustments are being made. The concern of the Minority Front remains that the 19.5 million rands has to be returned to the National Revenue Fund and is a loss to KZN, especially because of the defaulting departments which are key to service delivery in food security, disease prevention, literacy provision and promotion, and climate change disaster management. Honourable MEC, we thank Treasury for the rollovers in many an essential grant amongst the above-mentioned departments, including education. The provincial commitments and suspensions speak to a proactive approach by all honourable members that we must be situational decision makers on budget adjusting. And for example, for the KZN Youth Empowerment Fund, school security, learner transport, gender-based violence programs, to mention a few. For the Honourable Member, MEC of Transport, please pay attention to the unused boat saga and the special needs learner transport. Honourable MEC of Kokta, the water, sanitation and electricity backlog study is invaluable, but we must have a time frame parallel to budgets allocated to line items based on real-time observations of the study and not wait for the outcomes of the study given the urgency of these essential services. Finally, on environments and shifts, it is of utmost importance that these be monitored by portfolio committee members actively, as the 8% rule can be misused again due to poor planning, and this can lead to material irregularities. Honourable Speaker, the Minority Front supports the KZN Adjustments Bill 2019. Thank you.
The next speaker is Honourable S.M. Sonjita of the ANC for 9 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, it is important to point out that 50 years ago, our glorious movement held a watershed conference outside of this country in Morogoro, Tanzania, which pointed a clear direction on how to intensify the struggle against the notorious white minority regime, whose agenda was to continue to sideline and oppress black majority. Under the leadership of Isitalwande, President Oliver Reginald Tambo, in his speech, Intensify the Revolution, a clear roadmap was developed and agreed upon, which led to intensify of the struggle, including mobilization of the international solidarity against the illegitimate apartheid regime. Crucial landmarks such as the 1973 Durban Dock Workers' Strike, the 1976 Soweto Uprising, the 1980 Mashu Students Uprising, the 1981 Lamontville Asnamali campaign led by Ubaba Umsizi Dube, the Release Mandela campaign led by the MDM, the 1990 unbanning of the ANC. These are very crucial and critical phases of our struggle, which obviously is history that some of you will not understand. Honourable Speaker, the ANC carefully studied the 2019-20 adjustment estimate presented by Honourable MEC for Finance R.R. Pillay. I need to hasten in congratulating the Department of Human Settlement for receiving 151.2 million taken from poorly performing provinces. This amount is to address the damage caused by the storms of late 2018 and early 2019. It come in the form of provincial emergency housing grant. This August House must commend this department for leading the pack in the speedy delivery of housing projects. The MEC for Finance reported to this House that 186 million was rolled over back to the province of KZN because departments were able to properly commit these grants. We must commend these departments for not losing these funds back to the national revenue. Oral Speaker, the 19 million rand that was not rolled over, it is a cause for concern and a disappointment that we want to register as the ANC, that this money is lost in the fiscus of this province. There are notorious departments like Department of Cocta. Of course, the officials have made explanations why these grants were not rolled over and they were not able to commit and spend. But we find these not the explanations and excuses not acceptable. Cocta, almost 10 million rand. The health, 6.3 million rand. Education lost about 1.5 million rand in the HIV/AIDS grant on the compensation of the employees. Arts and culture, 808,000 on their EPWP integrated grants. So we want to suggest, Honorable Speaker, that we do not take kindly, and we have made this very clear when we met with the departments, especially those that are not spending the conditional grants, that we are not going to accept that behavior. Honorable Speaker, allow me to state that the Portfolio Committee believes that the departments do not plan in advance, yet indicative budgets of 2 outer years are provided. Officials who neglect their duties are not stopped from doing so because there are no visible consequence management in the majority of our departments and public entities. The failure to spend grants is a sin, and the ANC of OR Tambo can never accept it to continue unpunished. We again call the executive and the responsible portfolio committees to be vigilant on their oversight. The reason I started, Honorable Speaker, looking back at the watershed conference of Morogoro, I wanted to bring to your attention, Honorable Acting Premier, that you must be very impatient with the officials who are failing our people. Njoba wayeshilo umsizi Dube wathi asinamali noma isente elilodwa elincane ngoba ama resources asinawo kungcono lo cent ne cent lispendwe kwenza impilo zabantu bakithi zibe ngcono. ANC iyayisekela adjustments estimate. Siyabonga Somlo.
The next speaker is Honorable M.E. Pakati of ATM for 2 minutes. He is not in the House. Therefore, the next speaker will be Honorable S.E. Manqele of the ACDP for 2 minutes.
Greeting you, Speaker. In the name of Jesus Christ, ACDP welcomes the Adjustment Appropriate Bill for 2019. And we feel and believe that this adjustment will make the three important departments to do more well. For example, the Department of Health, they are going to use this allocation to cover more necessary resources. For instance, the emergency medical services, the security in hospital and clinics, and ambulances. We also believe that since most of the infrastructure has been deteriorated, renovations are required urgently in the Department of Health. The Department of Education, schools in rural areas are very bad in condition. Renovation is needed and more classes should be built. We also believe that the Security and Liaison Department will use this allocation to bring satellite police stations in those areas which are far from the originally police station, like in Belgrade, in Upongolo. They are 65 kilometers away from the police station. So anything when it's happening to the community, it's very, very difficult for policies to attend. We also believe that in this adjustment budget, there will be no over or under spending, no unauthorized or irregular expenditure. Everything will go well. Thank you very much, Speaker.
The next speaker for 3 minutes is Honorable F.A. Rogers of the DA.
Diabulelas Somlom Mama. To continue on the adjustment allocations, Speaker, an additional 100 million rand for water and electricity backlog study has been allocated. This amount on the face value to simply do a study appears to be exorbitant, and the DA will be calling on the MEC to give a detailed breakdown of the proposed budget so that this expenditure can be monitored. Madam Speaker, as in the debates over the past few days on finance, the DA's opposition will always continue to play its role of oversight, not just on departments and the executive, but in fact on the ruling party, the ANC itself. And Honourable KK, neither will we be deterred or intimidated to play our role in this regard. Madam Speaker, the MEC Pillay made a comment on Tuesday that in fact we must be careful that we don't put all the officials of this province in one basket, that in fact we have officials who perform their duties to the degree that is required. And a prime example of that, and I agree with the Honourable MEC Pillay, a prime example is the people to the right of me, the officials and that department. And there are other officials in other departments who in fact perform their task effectively. However, the challenge, and I'm glad Honourable Sonjika referred to it, that there are officials here who are challenging the system and making our job more and more difficult. And you know the old story, if you have a basket of apples and there's one rotten apple in the basket, it eventually infects the rest of the basket. So we must be careful when we criticize, but at the same time, we must hold those rotten apples to account and remove them from the basket. And the Honourable MEC went on to say, well, let's judge at the end of this term. I don't believe we need to wait till the end of this term. I think we need to start judging now, and we need to start taking decisive steps when it comes to ensuring that we have a capable state with a capable staff complement. Having also said that, and listening over the past few days, I was intrigued to see that when we dealt with important bills like the Division of Revenue and the closeout and the adjustments budget, today is a better example, but on Wednesday, Madam Speaker, the turnout from some of the members of the executive, who in fact are part of the problem that we face, were not to be found in this House. Now, if we're going to be serious, then when we deal with finance, MECs need to be present. I thank you.
The next speaker for 5 minutes is Honorable O.B. Kunene of the IFP.
Honorable Speaker, the IFP welcomes the adjustment made to the legislature as follows. Administration, 247 odd million rand, parliamentary business, 304, direct charge, 119, and the total budget of 631. With a further note, the allocation of 29.5 million rand for exit packages for MPLs who exited the legislature after the 2019 general elections. We also note the 24 million rand over 3 years that has been allocated for job evaluation implementation under the provincial legislature. This adjustment will improve the functioning of the legislature. We hope the Honourable Speaker will ensure that the allocated funding will fulfill the intended purposes. The IFP welcomes the allocation of 17 million rand for renovations of this legislature. We are pleased to see that some renovations are being done currently, and we hope that this funding will ensure that the building the legislature is operating from is compliant and safe for use. The IFP is concerned about underspending on the following. Administration spending was at 88%, which is 12 million rand underspent, mainly due to the scaling down of parliamentary activities, but understandably so, and budgeted vacant posts not yet filled. Parliamentary service spending was at 93%, which is 10.1 million rand underspent, mainly due to the scaling down of parliamentary activities. And direct charge on members was at 134%, which is 15.6 million rand overspent, mainly because of 17.7 million rand of expenditure for members' exit packages. We hope the Honourable Speaker will ensure that the underspending is addressed. The IFP wishes to register its concern to the Honourable Speaker about negative findings by the AG. The AG indicated that the legislature has regressed in the overall audit outcome of the previous financial year, having received a financially qualified audit opinion with findings on compliance with legislation on the 2018-2019 financial year. We hope urgent action will be taken to stop disappointing audit results for the legislature. We believe that prevention is better than cure, and as the IFP, we therefore concur with the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee that it is incumbent for the legislature to take action in correcting the mistakes. We do not expect a relapse. Instead, we expect a forward march to being the site of excellence. Because we in this House are charged with overseeing the executive, we cannot afford to have an administration that is failing to be exemplary. It is of concern that the legislature seems not to be able to submit correct information to the AG for auditing, as indicated by the AG, that the annual financial statements submitted for auditing were not prepared in accordance with GRAP and supported by full and proper records as required by the relevant section of the Act. The IFP is concerned that the respected institutions like legislature, who should be in the forefront of excellence, is somehow found flouting some SCM policies. The IFP would like to commend the accounting officer for taking steps to prevent irregular expenditure amounting to 5.7 million rand as required by the Act. Furthermore, steps were taken to prevent 415,000 fruitless and wasteful expenditure caused by the failure to honor hotel bookings and mobile communication expenses which were not in line with policy limits. We are pleased that this matter was discussed at length and steps will be taken against those of us who failed to honor hotel bookings. The IFP will monitor progress in all these matters as per the undertaking made in the report. The IFP supports the adjustments appropriation bill for 2019. I thank you.
The next speaker for 8 minutes is Honorable S.A. Duma of the ANC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for affording us this opportunity. Khubela, greetings to the Honorable Acting Premier Zwakele Dube. Let me first start by acknowledging the presence of abahlobo bethu abavela embonini yokuthutha basemandeni abahola ubaba uMtimandi noMagema ababili nokabhungane. Siyababingelela, siyaba-welcome eShaya Mthetho saKwaZulu Natal. I think there's a general feeling, Honorable Speaker, on this debate, fundamentally that we must all ensure in supporting that department must spend whatever is given to them. I think that's the note, that's a principle that we cannot just give the mandate to the department to spend and then they're not spending. Let us ensure that the quality approach on oversight is solely based on that. And we adopt both chairpersons, I think they are presenting the rata that as long as we are not going to spend, service delivery will be compromised. President Cyril Ramaphosa Matamela has commended KZN province in his district launch as the only province that has submitted investment book to National Cabinet. We want to commend you on doing a sterling job. It means this province has done that job and we are going to invest. The investment will come and we are going to assist our people addressing the imbalance of the past. We are so proud of the job that has been done already. Honorable Speaker, we just want to highlight as well that after this disaster, we must also commend the role that has been played by MEC, Transport Community Safety, Ubabu Mpemba. M4 was destroyed partially in the M4. He has just hit the ground running. Construction has started. Before December, the road will be utilized. So those are the issues that we just have to enhance as this government. It's the type of issues, the acumen that is required at this point in time because we are racing against time anyway. I think we must also agree, Honorable Speaker, that the legislature has received 72.5 million. We are issuing a special mandate on you, Honorable Speaker, that please ensure that on top of FAMPLA, that we should utilize all this to enhance proper oversight of these billions allocated to provincial government. Because the portfolio committees, their sole mandate is to play that oversight role. And fortunately enough, we've been given this extra edge. We know that, Speaker, in your presence, you'll be playing that role of ensuring that not even a cent will go back, not even a cent will be rolled over because we are still slowly behind as we speak. So those are the issues. I agree with the sentiment raised even by Honorable Rogers on how to spend and all those things. I think principle, because I think you can feel, members, today is like Holy Spirit has just visited us. There was that understanding. Although Honorable Rogers will be weighty like any man because he represents the opposition, is asking why Honorable Duma is always sipping on finance. Honorable Duma is a member of Starkov, which is finance anyway. So I think from today onwards it's recorded on Hansard. I'm sure you are very skeptical and scared of us, but we are not going to attack. We are just going to enhance some of the growth. Karl Marx is the embodiment of theory and practice. He was a philosopher, he was an economist, he was a political scientist, someone who has an acumen both in physics, mathematics. So whenever he articulated this position, he was coming from a position of ensuring that those who are in the peasantry, the proletariat, at some point in time will revolt if they are not given a platform. That's what he was referring to. So it's not correct to say that he didn't practice this because he was scientific proving this thing. That is why when we get time, I think during our break, because we've got a love for the people, we'll just update you that Marxist-Leninist is a scientific tool that can be utilized even by the liberals or the right-wing organization of like yourself, the DA. You can just learn a few things from that because it encapsulates a proper methodology. How do you assist? So Marx understood the proper ratas of economics because he was an economist as well. I think Honorable Serja tried under the circumstances. It's just that these days they are in the back foot. They are going towards the conference. They are aware of what happened. They are aware of what happened on the issue of looting of On Point in Limpopo province. So even when they are debating, it's like they are wet. They don't have the authority and the proper understanding of what must happen. I think let us give you, because I think some of you are new as well. Please go and revisit our Green Book. Please understand the annual performance plan of the department, because it's very painful. Some of these things are recorded on Hansard. Uma singanikeza nje ingane zenu sithi ake si-analyze into ngaba namahloni nani, so siyafisa ukuthi ake nisithathe isikhathi nifunde issue ya Green Book so that kuzoba easy ukuthi sibone ukuthi phela senze nathenjwa nawo abahlonishwa, so kufanele nihlonipheke even ngento enizadisa, because siyafisa ukuthi siyithathe into menikhuluma ngebudget yaKwaZulu Natal ukuthi manje ungavele nje ukuthi ikhulume ngebudget sibone ukuthi cishe ngisho umfana oseyinkomeni bengaze ayikhulume lena ngoba siyafisa. So ngifisa ukuthi Honorable Speaker, it is critical on the issue of filling of vacant posts within all departments. Let us ensure that we try to address those issues. It's very critical. It is only the solution that is going to assist us. I think you are aware, Mahubela, that at legislature, the issue of research unit, let us enhance the research unit. It is the unit that is going to ensure that the oversight is going to be pivotal. I understand the issue of research within the concept of quantitative and qualitative model, but let us come with developmental researchers who will have an acumen of what is happening within the developmental state, because we want to provide a solution on building a revolutionary state which is going to assist us. We did mention, Honorable Nzwagele, that something should be done as well at the level of giving accounting officers the advantage of spending, because I know even with the concept of municipal finance management, sinomkhubo omubi la kulezwe lethu ukuthi uma kwenzeka omunye wama-official wantshontsha imali, instead ukuthi sidile naye senze secular ezo-reinforce ukuthi ayingabe senzeka into ethile engabe sisusa lowo muntu. Same thing applies ukuthi manje ke siqhubeka siloke sakhe imtheshwana eminingi ezosicindezela even further to spend, as opposed ukuthi let's ensure ukuthi what we have currently is adequate. Let us utilize it so that by the time kufika isikhathi sokuthi into zifanele zifike kubantu zibe zikwazi ukufika, nanokuthi nasiyafisa ukuthi if the money is appropriated immediately when we vote, just ensure that on Monday you spend immediately, no process yecycle and all those things. Siyafisa ukuyivala ke somlomo ukuthi sicacise nje ukuthi ke ishamthetho saKwaZulu Natal siyabona ukuthi sesizimisele ngendlela esenza ngayo ibudget. Siyake kuDecember njengamanje kuzoba ne-issue yokuthi abantu bakithi kufanele basizakale. Sifuna ukwanikeza igunya ama-department, sifuna ukuniphona niphuma niyakona wonke amaqele. Ningasabi nanokuthi khona imedia that is counter revolutionary in South Africa. Ngiyajabula ke manje ukuthi akho kwazi inketho, akho lutho, hamba niyosimela, siyayisupporta kakhulu isambulo sezimali. Siyabonga.
Now, we are going to call upon the Honorable MEC Finance to respond to the debate for 15 minutes. Honorable Pillay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to honorable members, dignitaries and visitors in the House and members of the media. Firstly, let me thank all the members for their inputs, and I'm not sure how historic it is, but to get that complete unanimity on the issues and the causes and what needs to be done is rare. But I hope that it is indicative of the kind of coming together that we are calling for in order to deal with the challenges that we have to overcome. This week there was a small article that covered President Ramaphosa visiting the Medupi power station and to acknowledge the commissioning of the 5th unit, which will then bring an extra 800 megawatts, I think, into the grid. And I thought, why was this not celebrated more? Because it's the kind of nuts and bolts work that needs to happen across our country quietly, successfully, in order to cumulatively give us the effects that we want in respect of confidence and an ethical developmental state. And I think it captures for us in each of our departments the nuts and bolts approach that we need to take to deal with many of the issues that we have to. So it's not, and with the greatest of respect for everyone, it's not a question of rhetoric, it's not a question of grandstanding, it's a questioning of rolling up the sleeves and knuckling down to the hard work that needs to be done on a daily basis away from fanfare or spotlight. Let me thank the Honourable Chair of the Committee, Honourable KK Nkosi, for his report and his indicating of 100% support from the committee for this adjustment budget. And so too the Honourable Ntombela, who basically concurred with that view. Honourable Governor, again, thank you for your input. And I think indeed your acknowledgement of the Premier calling and running a tight ship is quite accurate. And I think it's going to characterize everything that we do in this 6th administration. We have already acknowledged, and we too are not happy with that element of under expenditure that has happened, but I just plead for a look at it in context in many of those cases, but you're still quite correct to highlight where the shortfalls occur. Let me say the HIV and AIDS must be looked at against a backdrop of some 5.8 billion rand worth of expenditure on this particular program. But nevertheless, this in our province still has the highest infection rate. I happen to be the MEC champion in this district of Ngungundlovu, which has 165,000 people, and which is proportionately the most intensive infection rate. And what the Premier has said is that it's not just the Department of Health or the MEC for Health issue. All of us, and I as MEC champion from Ngungundlovu district, must add value to this campaign. And I think that's the spirit in which we are approaching it. So we regret the 1.5 million lost, but this must be viewed against a 5.8 billion rand program that's underway in the department. Let me deal with this issue of the 100 million rand COCTA provision for what is described in the speech and in the estimates book as a water study, and that is accurate, but I can assure you that the sentiments that you've expressed have already been taken up, just as the budget speech was already printed. And at the Water Summit on Friday, we basically agreed that no, it can't, and this was the context also of my referring to a second adjustments budget, that it can't just be for a study component, it has to be also directed to actual interventions where proper, credible programs and plans have been developed. So we want to give that assurance that is being dealt with. Honourable Gwala, thank you for your input. I'm glad that you appreciated the contribution to His Majesty's Palaces of 4 million rand. Unfortunately, there was a highly inaccurate and misleading article in both the Natal Mercury or the Mercury of yesterday and as well as Isolezwe, where they suggested that the budget of His Majesty was being cut, and they even went so far as to quote words which said that the brunt of the budget cuts are being borne by His Majesty's budget, which is totally untrue. But the good news, I don't want to spend too much time on that because I understand that today's newspaper publishes a retraction and apology for that inaccurate reporting. Honourable Rogers, yes, you talk about realist, prophet and revolutionary, and I see Honourable Duma came back with the Holy Spirit, which was perhaps future scholars will analyze that as what happened in this early part of the 6th administration. But I think you're still raising, although we're raising it in jest, it's raised some important information, because I believe we need revolutionaries. But we don't need revolutionaries just with rhetoric. We need revolutionaries who are capable of being revolutionaries in the 21st century. Karl Marx is highly relevant, Honourable Rogers, in my respectful view, because it provides, as the Honourable Duma says, a tools of analysis, dialectics. And my understanding of it was basically you deal with it on on the basis of the conditions in which you find yourself, the material conditions. And I don't think even Karl Marx said that you will immediately proceed to a classless society. There's a process. And in one of his theses, I think he suggests that your capitalism will reach a very high form before you move to the next phase. So we must understand it in that context. But the tools of analysis for me is the most critical thing. Look at things on the balance of evidence. And that's why I say in my speech, what works? For today's, and there's an interesting article, I can't recall it now, one of the universities in London, which said there are things which are being done by China in state-owned companies which are examples of best practice. There are other things being done which are not so good. The same token, there are things which are being done in the capitalist world which are examples of best practice. We ourselves said we would look, as ANC, said we would look as a mixed economy. We will be neither socialist nor capitalist. We will look at what works. We will look at things on the balance of evidence of anything that we do. And that is what I'm asking us to come back to. And therefore, in that sense, don't get bogged down in ideology. Let's examine the evidence on every particular issue and take decisions as far as that is concerned. I think we appreciate your comment about all officials in one basket and that we must inspire. And maybe deal with Honorable Seja at the same time, where you repeatedly described, and officials must take note, because you should feel insulted when you say incompetent state, highly incompetence. That must provoke the officials and the good ones amongst you to get angry and mobilize the vast majority of officials who want to do an honest day's competent work, to say that we will not let that kind of statement characterize our work and in our state. Honorable Seja, I think we've had this debate before about whether you can just do away with tender systems and so on, so I'm not going to spend time on that one at this point in time. But as I've said, there's, in line with what I've just said in response to Honorable Rogers, we're very clearly committed to ESCOM as a state-owned entity that will remain a state-owned entity that will not be privatized. But again, on the balance of evidence that we see, we've got to deal with the problems and challenges that are there. Honorable Rajbansi, again, I thank you and appreciate your support, and we take note of those aspects of advice that you have given us. Honorable Sonjika, thank you for the timely reminder, I think, of the phases of our struggle and the inspiration given to us by leadership such as Oliver Tambo. And we accept your rebuke to the extent that you gave rebukes, and we also accept the challenges that you have set out for us. Honorable Mangela, we welcome again your encouragement as always, and we take note of the priority of school renovations that you have raised. But just to remind you that we do have 6,000 schools in the province, and we have to do things in an incremental way. Same so with Honorable Kunene, we welcome your input. And you've touched on the issue of the irregular expenditure, which is not really the subject of this particular debate, but it's important enough to repeat our commitment as far as that is concerned, that the Premier and the Executive Council have expressed a very serious political will to deal with this and to hold ourselves accountable to this House on progress in this matter. I've said publicly before that the Premier is now insisting on direct accounting by MECs to the Provincial Executive Council on a very regular basis on what is happening as far as this is concerned, and especially in relation to consequence management. Of course, consequence management is preceded by a level of investigation, so you identify facts and who should be held accountable. Again, I just remind the House to pause and disaggregate this beast of UIFW, which is unauthorized, which we dealt with the other day, irregular and fruitless and wasteful. And fruitless and wasteful, I remind people that it was quantified by the Auditor General as about 24 million rand against the backdrop of 12 billion rand irregular. And then within irregular, we've got to disaggregate with that which is due to what I've called delinquent action by people who deliberately distorting or subverting the system for their own agendas versus technical capacity issues which we must be able to deal with. And I think that we must understand the scale of the problem, and I'll appeal again to the SCOPA, and firstly thank SCOPA and the Finance Committee for the work they're doing, but to hold us to account in a credible plan in dealing with this issue. I believe that we'll require, while we must have significant reduction by the next audit outcomes, that we will need a 3-year plan to bring it down to completely acceptable levels. Thank you, Honorable Juma, for reminding us, I think, that economic growth and reigniting the economy remains the key issue. The budget is just a tool of the political program that we have. But nothing can happen really. We'll be managing a crisis until the economic growth is dealt with decisively. And there are 4 issues which we've identified in the speech to say that for that to happen in a serious way. We've got to deal with the deficit and the debt. That's a belt-tightening exercise. It's painful, but that is necessary, but it cannot be enough. We've got to deal with the issue of confidence, building confidence through a social compact, bringing all sectors of society, business, government, labor, and civil society together in a strong social compact that works visibly towards this re-energized economic growth strategy. And we see in the public domain certain critical battles being fought as we try to move forward, but not leaving any significant sector of society behind us. That requires tremendous political skill, and I believe that our President and the national leadership is very well equipped to be able to achieve that particular objective. Let me deal very briefly with a few in the 1 minute 40 seconds I have, just to highlight some small things which I think are indicative.
Honourable members, the MEC is on the podium. Honourable MEC Transport. Fihla.
Thank you. A small thing like the shark repellent technology, which is dealt with, but it's an example of research and development. It's an example of innovation, that we have the capacity within our country to develop new technologies that then is wanted in other parts of the world. I believe it's going to be exported to Australia. And of course, there are beaches all over the world which are affected by sharks, where the sharks have to be managed, and that's a potential market throughout the world. Let me clarify, the Department of Social Development with the speech states that and it correctly states that the money that has been allocated that will fund 80 social workers directly in support of the gender-based violence program. DSD has now been able to creatively use the same funds, working with civil society organizations, to actually use or to recruit 150 social workers within this short-term time frame that they're going. And they need to be applauded for that kind of creative approach to this issue. Let us again celebrate the issues of the allocations to learner transport. Again, we must understand this has to be incremental. If we have 6,000 schools, we're not going to be able to provide learner transport to everybody who needs it overnight. So it has to be incremental. Our task is to make sure that we're reaching those we can prioritize the most. In conclusion, Premier, thank you, Speaker, thank you for the support of this House. It really inspires us that the support has been unanimous. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Honourable MEC and the House. Now, we are coming to the voting process. In terms of Standing Rule 2252, the question must be put in the following order: the program with a vote, where a vote comprises more than one program; the question on all programs within that vote first; the vote itself, then the bill. So, honorable members, that is how we are going to follow. It will be first to the question, to programs within a vote, where a vote comprises more than one program. On all programs within that vote, the vote itself, then the bill. Now, we want to inform the House that the Office of the Speaker has not received any written notice from parties that they intend calling for divisions on certain programs and votes. In terms of Standing Rule 852, no, that they wish to make a declaration of vote in terms of Standing Rule 832, stating the reasons for their vote or votes on the bill or any part thereof. So, honorable members, as indicated, that we have not received any request for a division from any party. And the deadline for a request calling for a division was yesterday. We are now going to look on the recording of opposition. The Office of the Speaker has also not received any request for a recording of opposition to a program or programs or to a vote from any party. As there is no deadline for this request, parties are still free to do so. In accordance with past practice, all recordings of opposition will be dealt with immediately after the question has been put on the particular programs within the vote in which a party wishes to record its opposition. The Office of the Speaker has also not received any written request for a declaration of vote from any other party, and there is no deadline for submission of such a request. And as is customary, I will, after the bill has been voted on, permit all parties to make a declaration of vote in terms of Rule 832 if they wish to do so. If parties wish to do so, we will start with the IFP, the DA, then the EFF, then the NFP, then MF, ACTP, ATM, and then the ANC in that order. The order, I want to repeat, if the declaration of vote is called, we will start with the IFP, followed by DA, followed by EFF, followed by NFP, followed by Minority Front, followed by ACDP, ATM, and the ANC. Now, I will go vote by vote and program by program without reading any figures. Once the House has voted on each program, I will put the vote as a whole to the House. I will start with vote 1, Office of the Premier. Those in support of program 1, 2, and 3 say yea, and those against say nay. The yea have it. Those in support of vote 1 as a whole say yea, and those against say no. The ayes have it. We're now going to vote 2. We're going to vote 2, Provincial Legislature. Those in support of program 1 and 2 say yea, and those against say no. The yes have it. Those in support of vote 2 as a whole say yes, and those against say no. Yes. The ayes have it. Going to vote 3, Agriculture and Rural Development. Those in support of programs 1, 2, and 3 say aye, And those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 3 as a whole say yes, and those against say no. The yes have it. Vote for economic development, tourism, and environmental affairs. Those in support of program 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 say yea, and those against say no. The yeas have it. Those in support of vote 4 as a whole say yea, and those against say no. The yeas have it. Vote 5, education. Those in support of program 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 say yes, and those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 5 as a whole say yes, and those against say no. The yes have it. Vote 6, provincial treasury. Those in support of program 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 say yes, and those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 6 as a whole say yes, and those against say no. The yes have it. Vote 7, health. Those in support of program 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 say yea, and those against say no. And the yeas have it. Those in support of vote 7 as a whole say yea, and those against say no. The yeas have it. Vote 8, human settlements. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, and 4 say yes. Those against say no. The yes have it. Those in support of vote 8 as a whole say yes, and those against say no. The yes have it. Vote 9, community safety and liaison. Those in support of programs 1 and 2 say yes, and those against say no. The yes have it. Those in support of vote 9 as a whole say yes, and those against say no. The yes have it. Vote 10, sport and recreation. Those in support of programs 1 and 2 say yes, and those against say no. The yes have it. Those in support of vote 10 as a whole say yes, and those against say no. The yes have it. Vote 11, cooperative governance and traditional affairs. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, and 4 say yes, and those against say no. The yes have it. Those in support of vote 11 as a whole say yes, and those against say no. The yes have it. Vote 12, transport. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 say yes, and those against say no. The yes have it. Those in support of vote 12 as a whole say yes, and those against say no. The yes have it. Vote 13, social development. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 say yes, And those against say no. The yes have it. Those in support of vote 13 as a whole say yes. And those against say no. The yes have it. Vote 14, Public Works. Those in support of Program 1, 2, and 3 say yes. And those against say no. The yes have it. Those in support of Vote 14 as a whole say yes. And those against say no. The yes have it. Vote 15, Arts and Culture. Those in support of Programs 1, 2, and 3 say yes. And those against say no. The yes have it. Those in support of Vote 15 as a whole say yes. And those against say no. The yes have it. Divisions. There are no divisions. Now, we are going to put a question on the bill itself. Those in support of the KZN Adjustments Appropriation Bill 2019 say yes. Those against say no. The yes have it. Honorable Member, that then concludes the voting on the bill. Secretary, may you read the bill into the record.
The Kwazulu Natal Adjustments Appropriation Bill 2019.
Thank you. Honorable members, as we said earlier on that there was no closing time for a request on an opportunity to state reasons for their vote in terms of Rule 83(2). Now, we are allowing any party an opportunity not exceeding 3 minutes to state the reasons why that party is in favor of or against the bill or any part thereof. Starting with the IFP. If you are requesting the opportunity, you will speak.
Honorable Speaker, the IFA has supported the budget, but government must also seriously consider financial efficiency, transparency, degrees of accountability, past track record, but most importantly, the extent to which the budget serves to represent the needs and aspiration of ordinary residents, and how the implementation of such budget would improve the quality of their lives. The government must deal with the officials who sees provincial budget as a bottomless pit of wealth to plunder and spend as if there is no tomorrow. We are of the view that Treasury must own up to its responsibilities in terms of Section 18 of the Public Finance Management Act. Section 18(1) and C specifically states that Treasury must exercise control over the implementation of the provincial budget. Section 18(1)(c) goes a step further and states that Treasury must enforce transparency, efficiency, and management. I thank you.
DA, you want to state any matter? Oh, no.
You say 20 minutes, Speaker? 20, yeah. Speaker, with all the Holy Spirits and the prophets in this house, I'm wondering if we shouldn't change this into a church. But on a serious note, Speaker, the DA has debated in good faith over the past 2 days with the ruling party, and we take cognizance of some of the statements that have been made. And it appears for once we might all be on the same page, or perhaps I should rephrase that, singing from the same hymn sheet, taking into account all the spirits floating around in this room. But we want to make it quite clear, Speaker, that we support the adjustments bill, but that we need to ensure that the correct oversight is done on the executive and on the departments. And as I said in my debate earlier, we give this House and we give you the undertaking that should we fail in that mandate, we will certainly do what is in our power to ensure that the situation changes. So we look forward to a more cooperative relationship, particularly when it comes to finance. Because, Speaker, the writing is on the wall. It's not going to get easier, it's going to get a lot harder. And if we don't collectively batten down the hatches and make sure that we control the purse, then the province and the people of this province will ultimately suffer. I thank you, Speaker.
EFF, you did not request your request?
Somlomo Sbong. As the EFF, we have no objection to this bill. Suffice to state the following. That let's all be conscious of the fact that this is taxpayers' money. This is the public's money. This is not a personal kitty where we can just draw money as we wish. Secondly, let this House, specifically the executive, take serious the issue of oversight in ensuring that this public money is used for what it is meant to be. And we also must ensure that all the money ends up on service delivery. It doesn't end up going back to national treasury because it's been unspent or underspent. That's all that we wanted to say, Somlomo. Imalaye bantwini ingagcini iphelela emaseleni. Ngiyabonga.
Okay. NFP is not in the House. MF, are you speaking on the vote?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Like the other parties, the MF supports the adjustments bill, and we're glad to see for the first time that the DA has not called for divisions, Honourable Rogers, and your speech sounds very much like an MF one because you're speaking of because you're speaking of cooperative coexistence. I'm glad to see that you're becoming progressive, and I've had a tremendous influence over you, and I think for Honourable Papas, he can put that on the Facebook. I'd enjoy that, honesty. The MF hopes, of course, for a turnaround from the last term's severe downslide in the budgeting processes. And, you know, the biggest concern we've had always, and I have always spoken in committees as well as on the parliamentary floor, that we need a complete skills audit of all our departments, because we do need to get the right people with the right skills for the right job. And as I sit in many portfolio committees, I see that many top officials do not come to meetings. They don't come to meetings, there's no name for them, because I don't think even a post exists like that. And I'm always asking for crucial, critical posts that new things are wanting in the way globalization is moving, and I don't see that coming. I hope that the Honourable Premier starts allocating those kinds of specific job descriptions in critical departments where we're really going wrong, because if you don't have that one critical strategist in a department to make budgets move and to think you know, holistically, you're never going to get a budget right, and we are always going to be having this problem of violence and shifts and all kinds of moves. But the MF will closely monitor the various commitments, the suspensions, the shifts, the violence, and with these words, thank you.
ACDP, do you want to speak?
Madam Speaker, the ACDP also welcome the revised budget. The reason is we believe that as the House, we need to work as a team. Most important thing is the service delivery to our community, which are waiting for it down there. A lot has been mentioned by the previous speakers, more especially in terms of oversight. But I want to also emphasize the issue of planning. That let the planning for implementation be not a compliance, be something that is possible, measurable, and achievable. We believe that the score that will be scored will be for us all. If people wins, this House will win. That is why we say this budget must go on. We support it.
The ATM is not in the House. The ANC?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we do wish to put for the record that as the ANC supported the budget, we want to say to the honorable members that the Honorable Premier has already written and ensured that all the MECs adhere to the issues of accountability, issues of fighting corruption, and ensuring that ethical leadership at all levels of government in terms of the public purse. We want to say as well, Honorable Speaker, that this budget also has some positive areas that these honorable members need to be proud of. The issues of beginning to deal with the long outstanding scholar transport challenges that we are facing as this province. And we are beginning to take those footsteps of venturing into the areas where those children still do not have scholar transport. And whatever savings and whatever little cent that we have, we are ensuring that it's spent where it is needed most. The other areas are areas of water infrastructure, in terms of extending water infrastructure where people still do not have water, dealing with the issues of drought, where we know that in many of our communities have been affected by drought, although we have noticed that there has been rains, albeit those rains have come very late and they would not be able even to cover for the amount of loss that have been experienced by our agricultural industry. So there are a lot of positives that are contained in the budget. And we want to say that to honorable members, as executive members, we are undoubtedly pledging ourselves that we will play our oversight role, and indeed it is totally unacceptable that we have underspent in the areas where our people are supposed to be getting those services. At the same time as well, the overexpenditure is totally unacceptable from all of us, meaning that we have to adhere to all the laws and the rules that govern the spending of the public purse, and that is what we are committing ourselves as the African National Congress and as this contingent, Honorable Speaker. We are going to be ensuring that we hold all our members accountable, both at the committee level, playing our oversight role without fear or favor, but also at the executive level. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you, honorable members. Now we have concluded the item concerning the KZN Adjustments Appropriation Bill 2019 on the order paper. We'll move to the next item, which is the debate on the report by the Premier on the progress made in the prevention of mother-to-child transmission of HIV and the plans by KZN government on the aim to end the epidemic and what is being done on the 1990 strategy in view of the coming World AIDS Day commemoration. And it gives us great pleasure to call upon the Acting Premier of KwaZulu Natal, Honorable Ndube Ncube, to present the report. You have 30 minutes, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the Executive Council, honorable members who are visitors of the Provincial Legislature. On behalf of the Premier of KwaZulu Natal, Honorable Zikalala, we wish to present the report that indicates that since 1994, the ANC-led government has worked very hard to transform the racially skewed health sector to benefit all the South Africans. In 1994, the health system was segregated and favoring a minority, especially those in the urban areas. The burden of disease mirrored racial and socio-economic inequalities. Life expectancy of South Africans in the 1990s was 69 years for men and 76 years for women. By contrast, the life expectancy of Africans was 60 years for men and 67 years for women. We have noted in our recent 25 years review report of democratic state that in 1994, the RDP called for a unified, inclusive national health system, drawing from both the public and the private sectors. The cornerstone of the RDP vision was a well-functioning primary health care functioning at the national, provincial, district, and community level. Given our interventions, access to primary health care services for all South Africans increased from 67 million in 1998 to close to 120 million annually by March 2019. The proportion of households who reported using the public sector clinics increased from 44% in 2004 to 71.5% in 2018. In the 25-year review report, it illustrates that to ensure the consistent availability of adequately trained, appropriately qualified, and competent healthcare providers, government policies included mandatory community services for medical doctors, which later was applied to other categories of healthcare providers, together with the provision of various rural and skills allowance and the other pay-related incentives. The report further augurs that in order to increase the human resource provision for public sector, our country entered into agreement with countries such as Cuba, Tunisia, Iran. Medical practitioners from these countries are placed in South Africa, particularly in the rural and the underserviced areas. Research also presented in the 25-year review shows that since 1996, the South African-Cuban cooperation has resulted in 634 South African doctors being trained in Cuba. In evidence says that the 2018, some 2,666 students were in various years of medical studies in Cuba, and 700 of these students, Cuban-trained South Africans, returned home to complete their final years of training. The report further states that the total number of 5 key areas of healthcare providers, such as nurses, pharmacists, dentists, doctors, and medical specialists in the public sector increased because we know that in the public sector, we did not have, prior to 1994, the specialist doctor. And it's estimated today that more than 114,765 in 1996 to 128,963 in 2016 of these specialist doctors and dentists and pharmacists have been deployed in the private sector. As a country, we have not yet succeeded to deliver a unified South African health system that does not leave anyone behind. Just recently, the Health Market Inquiry by Competitions Commission revealed that the private health care in South Africa is highly concentrated and is exorbitant and is uncompetitive and it lacks innovation. That's what the Competition Commission also found. And it also found that the general practitioners, the GPs, are distributed relatively unevenly across the uninsured population. The inquiry also concluded that barriers to entry for practitioners were found to be justified when related to registration and training standard to protect the public. Other barriers were found surmountable given that over the 5-year period studied almost 1,000 of new practitioners entered the market. The National Health Insurance will go far in transforming the inefficient, inequitable South African health sector to ensure that by 2030 we have attained the UN SDG Goal 3 of quality health care for all our people. That is why, honorable members, we all should ensure that the NHI and the African medical practitioners need to treat all our people equally. Dr. Zweli Mkhize, the Minister of Health, and the NHI, working with all the MECs, are ensuring that we are ready to roll out the NHI to all our people. Looking closer to what is happening in Kwazulu Natal, the Provincial Department of Health, headed by Omar Simelane, has appreciated that the medical doctors constitute the backbone of the most health system and that their training and the supply is key to ensuring positive health outcomes and the well-being for all and everybody by the age 2030. On our Provincial Department of Health, we have seen the awarding of bursaries to matriculants to study various health sciences qualifications. We've also seen many of these students coming back home and being deployed in the rural districts when they return. Due to financial constraints, we have not been able to now increase these bursary holders. We have since decreased by 75%. These bursary holders from various health-related qualifications are being ensured that they qualify in various aspects, and these students also study in various South African further training institutions dependent on their institutions and where they are accepted. We also want to state that with the finances in the department, we are compelled to rethink the issue of compulsory service obligation in order to ensure that on completion of their studies, the department is able to utilize these students even in the private sector if there are unavailable posts in the private sector. The department also awards bursaries to internal employees to either study towards their first tertiary qualifications or to study any further qualifications. There can be no doubt that both the province and the country we need to do more to produce health professionals, including doctors. We also need to ensure that we inculcate amongst the new doctors the cohort of doctors that have a sense of national consciousness, of human solidarity and patriotism. We also must ensure that the men and women who are willing to sacrifice much of their comfort to go and work amongst our rural communities where general practitioners, dentists, specialists, and nurses are scarce, are assisted with various types of incentives. We also want to say, honorable members, that we hope that they can be like many credible South Africans who say hashtag I'm staying, because they appreciate that they are needed for their well-being as compatriots by their communities, because they appreciate that they are where they are because of the taxpayers' monies. In the insight of the South African Health Review, the central focus of the 2018 South African Health Review that was published by the Health System Trust in the topic that is mentioned, human resource for health. This incisive scholarly contribution will go far in guiding the National Department of Health of South Africa's Human Resource Development Council on the protection of the medical professionals. This specific publication is a crucial resource in the development of the human resource health towards the goal of achieving the universal coverage for all our communities. The authors of this good journal call for the innovative, practical solutions to enable sustainable and progress towards the universal coverage of the healthcare system. The key recommendations that are made in this journal are as follows: enhancing the HRH technical capacity and expertise in the national health to provide strategic leadership and support for the entire healthcare system. The recruitment of the public servants with the right skills, competences, the ethos and the values, as well as the equitable allocation of the resources to rural and under-resourced areas. The Chapter 5 of this document also reports that it makes a reflection on the evolution of the implementation of the operational challenges of the compulsory community service for the health professionals in our country over the past 20 years. The chapter also recognizes the compulsory healthcare practitioners that has been an effective strategy for recruiting professional staff to the rural and underserviced health areas. But it also says the ineffective in retaining them is the absence of the complementary long-term human resource intervention that is needed from government. And the reference is made to the current national strategy plan for the human resource for health of 2019-2020 and the 24-25, which speaks to the need for the developing of the comprehensive long-term strategy aimed at ensuring access to the health professionals in rural and underserviced areas. Also, looking at the gaps, the document also says that the failures in the governance in all the levels of healthcare system and the healthcare facilities, as well as on the part of the healthcare professionals, need to be regulated. the insufficient stewardship of the healthcare human resource planning across the entire healthcare, the lack of national integrated human resource information system is inadequate. It also talks about the fragmentation and the weak coordination in the governance system. I am not going to go through the whole of the document. I'm sure the honorable members can look into it. Honorable members, looking into the progress that has been made in terms of the mother-to-child transmission of the HIV, working together with our social partners, we have changed the narrative of death, gloom, and devastation of AIDS and TB pandemics because of the success of our HIV and AIDS program. People are living longer. We are all witnesses to that. Prevention of mother-to-child transmission has also ensured that we significantly improved the child health and succeeded in reducing infant mortality and under 5 mortality rate. Today, South Africa has a bigger HIV treatment program in the world and remain committed to end the twin co-infections of HIV and TB by 2030. But we need to do more, as we cannot afford to relent, because we know that as Kwazulu Natal, we are still an epicenter of the epidemic. That is why, honorable members, all of us need to take a stand as leaders to make a mark and stand up and be counted, not only to be pointing fingers at each other or at government, because this is a societal challenge. The Kwazulu Natal Provincial Multi-Sectoral HIV, TB, STIs Implementation Plan 2017 to 2022 is at the center of ending the co-infections of the HIV-TB by 2030. In the plan, we make the observation that the data of our Provincial Department of Health shows that mother-to-child transmission of HIV has drastically reduced. This means that we are saving many of the lives of our young people. We are saving them from HIV infection during their early stages of life, and they are able to live longer and become the leaders of our society. We are, honorable members, pleased of the state of KwaZulu Natal, and we have made a significant progress in reducing the rate of mother-to-child transmission, where in 2009, the MTCT rate was 10.3%, going down to 1.1% in 2016. There was a variation of this rate across districts, with the King Kejwayo, Umgungundlovu, Kanyagute having a rate of just less than 1% of mother-to-child transmission, while Utukela had relatively 2% of mother-to-child transmission. Working together, we have really made progress, and demonstrating that as a province, our strategy has been a holistic strategy. The province has put slightly above 1 million of 1.9 people living with HIV on treatment of ARTs coverage, standing at 61%. And this is a positive sign towards achieving the universal treatment of our communities, preventing efforts to remain and to eliminate infections and the new infections of our communities. I want to take you on a journey that has been traveled by this province, honorable members. Looking back, look at where we come from in 2002 with a single dose of NVP that was introduced to South African public healthcare system. In 2004, HAART becomes available to eligible pregnant women. Look at 2008, the dual therapy becomes available to all the provinces. Moving to 2009, the PMTCT services becomes available to 95% of health facilities in Kwazulu Natal. The World AIDS Day was a threshold, was a milestone of 2009, where former President Zuma announces a new strategy for increasing access to ARTs, including the HAART for pregnant women, moving the NSVP, integrating the PMTCT into the task of shifting. Moving from 2010, the revised policy that was implemented in this province, which included increasing the CD4 count, initiating rate of pregnant women to 350. Moving ahead, fast-tracking 2013, new regulations are announced, single pill, FDC, ART to all HIV-positive pregnant women and breastfeeding mothers, regardless of their CD4 count. Milestone again, 2015, lifelong ART, option B, implemented from January 2015, consolidated HIV clinical guidelines are circulated to all. 2015 policy change to birth and 10-week HIV PCT testing so that all women from 6 weeks are tested to ensure the early detection and early treatment so as to make sure that those babies that are at high risk of infection are prevented from mother to child transmission. That is a milestone, honorable members. It should also be noted that in the EMTCT last mile plan for South African plan target the PCR positivity about 10 weeks. In Kwazulu Natal, we have achieved the 0.6% by the end of 2018-19 financial year. And with all these achievements, Kwazulu Natal is struggling a high postnatal transmission of HIV at a minimal 3.3%. And we have achieved a zero HIV infection, and honorable members. Looking on the viral load monitoring during the pregnancy and the breastfeeding, this is being monitored in all our hospitals and clinics, and there is a KZN dashboard that is available from 2019-2020. We have also started to implement the safer conception services in Zululand, Umzinyati, Umgungundlovu, and will be rolling out to the next 3 remaining priority districts. The adolescents program will be implemented in the 4th quarter with the support of our district support partners, recruiting the HIV positive peer monitors for Zululand, Utsukela, Umgungundlovu, eThekwini, Ilembe, Herigwala, Ugukinketshwayo district, as well as the remaining districts. Looking where we are today, the World AIDS Day commemoration. We will be commemorating the World AIDS Day 2019 all our MEC district champions, as well as led by our Honorable Premier Zikalala. In the morning, they will be activating on all the gender-based violent actions. Honorable members, our members have not only been talking about the issues of gender-based violence. The cabinet took a decision that the Department of Etia should ensure that all the taverns must have cameras. All the taverns must also have the lighting to ensure that our people are safe. Also, our members will be monitoring in the hospitals, in clinics. They will also be monitoring the cases in all the police stations on the gender-based violence on the 1st of December, on the World AIDS Day. Last week, honorable members, the SANAC, on the extended plenary that was chaired by His Excellency, the Deputy President in Mpumalanga, the Health Minister, Dr. Zweli Mkhize, made a telling statement. He said, if the world will defeat HIV and AIDS, that defeat will happen in South Africa. The world is watching South Africa. They expect leadership, determination, and commitment and courage from South Africa. And we know that if South Africa has got to end the epidemics, Kwazulu Natal must take a lead, given the burden of these diseases in our province. And we know that it is possible. It is not only possible because of our partnership and working with communities and civil society organizations. There can be no better story to illustrate this than of our people and our stakeholders and our champion, led by Umama Smelane, Kona Lapha KwaZulu Natal. Look at what they are doing eShowe, le embongolwane, bengena umuzi ngomuzi. Here is an inspiring story of a community mobilization and partnership with Doctors Without Borders. Those communities have achieved their 90-90-90 targets ahead of the 2020 deadline. The details of this story of a possibility, the community health activist, is well documented in the 2019 UNAIDS report, which has been titled Communities at the Center, Defeating Rights, Breaking Barriers, Reaching People with HIV and AIDS, the story of KwaZulu Natal. This was part of Bending the Curves project, a project that has been demonstrated by the power of agency, the power of community themselves to be at the center of the forefront of their own healing, of their own well-being, of their own empowerment, that shows us that even without financial resources, we can succeed if we are empowered. And communities, as this government is saying, communities are taking the lives, in their hands. Communities are leading their own lives with this government taking their hands. And we are saying, as this government led by Ukuzeni, that today, honorable members, it is in our hands. Let us grow South Africa together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those moving statements. We are now going to get a debate on the statement, starting with the African National Congress. Honorable Nomakiki Macho.
Thank you, Chair.
For 9 minutes.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier Kuzeni,
in absentia, and executive members, honorable members of the House, distinguished guests, ndiyanibulisa ngalemva kwemini. It's a great honor for me to debate on this critical statement at the correct time as far as health calendar is concerned. As Kwazulu Natal province, we abide by the code that says, open quote, South Africa cares. No woman should die while giving life, close quote. It is indeed the correct time to pause and reflect to all the critical performance indicators of the department. And to be specific, HIV and AIDS, zooming to the prevention of mother-to-child transmission as caring government. High maternal, perinatal, and under-5 morbidity and mortality are some of the formidable development challenges in Africa. The disturbing part is that the large number of deaths is due to the preventable causes. The resolution that was taken, it calls for the reduction of maternal mortality in Africa between 500 and 1,500 to 228 per 100,000 live births for the continent to meet the target of reducing by 3/4 between 1990 and 2015 the maternal mortality ratio. The second target of the MDG5 calls for the universal access to reproductive health. This goes with MDG4 that requires each member state to reduce by 2/3 between 1990 and 2050 the under-5 mortality rate. Speaker, this House notes that MDG 4 and 5 are the ones used as a standard to measure the human development level of any country, region, or continent, of which South Africa and KZN as a province is part of it. Launching of the campaign on accelerated reduction of maternal and child mortality in Africa, which is KAMA, during the 4th session of the African Union, under the theme open quote, universal access to quality health services, improve maternal, neonatal, and child health, close quote, informed that slogan that says, Africa cares, no woman should die while giving life. The basis for the continuing expansion of the HIV and AIDS pandemic among women has been recognized as an exceptional challenge to global maternal health. Each year, around 1.5 million women living with HIV become pregnant and deliver. About 90% of these women live in sub-Saharan Africa, where comprehensive health services and HIV medication regimens are limited. In the absence of interventions, the HIV-infected mother have a 15 to 45% chance of transmitting the virus to her newborn, and during her pregnancy or birth or via breast milk. This has a worrying trend that indicates 90% of new infections in children are due to mother-to-child transmission. In that midst, in 1992, there came a member of apartheid parliament who took such racist claims further by promoting the utilization of the disease, a tool to rid South Africa of its black population. This threat was made potent by the fact that in the final years of its existence, the apartheid government had sponsored the development of biological weapons and forced the sterilization to potentially use against black South Africans. When the government of national unity was elected on the 10th of May 1994, Nelson Mandela became the president and he appointed Dr. Nkosazana Gladys Dlamini, the Minister of Health. 1 month later, combating of HIV and AIDS was made one of 22 led projects of the new government's Reconstruction and Development Program. Speaker, we are not apologetic when we claim progress as ANC government in fighting this scourge. The establishment of 3 new structures focusing on encouraging the engagement with civil society in writing HIV and AIDS policy was the priority. The launch of the National AIDS Plan for South Africa was done by the body called National AIDS Council of South Africa, which is NACOSA. PMTCT is the outcome of that body, as it focused on the prevention, treatment, and support of infected mothers, mobilization of the local, provincial, national, and international resources to combat HIV and AIDS. The location of AIDS program within the president's is for it to be viewed as not solely a problem of public health, rather a major social crisis that required broader government involvement. It was on those bases that global community and KZN specifically committed itself to accelerate progress for PMTCT initiative to eliminate new pediatric HIV infections by 2015 and improve maternal, newborn, and child survival in the context of HIV according to the AU mandate. Speaker, in response to that call, it is manifested by the progressive improvement on the production of the ARV drugs based on the performance indicator of the program as captured. The National Antiretroviral Program, at its initial stage, used 6 tablets, which had or imposed a certain level of inconvenience to the consumers of the project. Reported spikes of hallucinations were seen. The department, through its research unit and M&E, introduced a new drug called the fixed dose combination, which seemed to be better tolerated than the initial one, as it is 1 pill. It was launched by the former Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, in 2012. During this 6th administration, department progressed to another level by introduction of 1 pill called the TLD. It was launched yesterday by Honorable Minister Zweli Mkhize in the company of his Deputy Minister, Honorable Pahla. Speaker, KZN has done very well on the achievement of 90-90-90 indicator. The first 90, just to educate a little bit of the members this side. The first 90 is for testing. Second, testing, making sure that everybody has tested. If you have taken bloods for 10, only 1 that has not tested, 9 of them have tested. And then the second 90 is that all of them, they're on treatment. The third 90 is talking about the viral load suppression. Mr. Mugabe from the World Health Organization commended South Africa for that achievement. With the new TLD drug, viral load suppression will be fast, highly tolerated, and effectively. Goal is to move from suppressed viral load to undetective virus, and finally untransmittable. This will add more value to the PMTCT program, as we are now looking at 95, 95, 95. And when we are talking of this viral load suppression, we are talking of it being undetectable, and then undetectable means untransmittable. Honorable Speaker, this program of PMTCT reminds this House about what was said by the youth of 1976 uprising when they said, I quote, "Thula mama nansi inkululeko, wipe those tears of prejudice and hatred from your face and sing Izobuya Africa." Yes, at that time, South African youth was suffocated by Bantu education. But now, the ugly enemy our South African youth is faced with is a scourge of HIV and AIDS. We celebrated our democracy since April 27th of 1994. But the question we must face as members of this House is, if 1976 youth had an indicator that says by the end of 1976, Bantu education will be abolished, when will we say by 2030 no HIV AIDS-related deaths will be registered in South Africa? South African public health care has undergone fundamental changes since 1994. There is a solid constitutional legislative policy framework in place that guarantees the right to access to health care. The approach of implementing public health policies through cooperative governance across national, provincial, and local spheres of government, as well as strengthening the relationship between the private and public health care providers, seem to be benefiting the health fraternity in meeting the legislative obligations. This has been seen in the political and policy level commitment when National Strategic Plan for HIV and AIDS, TB, and Sexual Transmitted Disease 2017 to 2022 was launched by President Cyril Ramaphosa. Ngicela esikamlotshwa. Bengicela likamlotshwa. Nelikaphakathi.
The next speaker is from the Inkatha Freedom Party, Honorable N.J. Kwanyan.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to say that as we approach World AIDS Day on the 1st December 2019, today's sitting provides a good opportunity to reflect on some significant achievements in combating HIV and AIDS and to focus on the serious challenges that lie ahead. The IFP will always support any initiative and programs aimed at benefiting our people. The IFP believes that universal access to prevention, testing, early treatment, and support in this field is essential. There is an urgent need to increase the rate of development and also to increase implementation of prevention, information, education, and awareness campaigns, and to invest in research and development of new prevention and testing strategies, which must be kept up to date with the changes in the nature of the pandemic. In particular, it is prime importance that testing and treatment are done as early as possible, and that antiretroviral drugs are made available at an affordable price. That is why, as the IFP, we welcome the launch of the new and improved combination treatment of HIV by National Department of Health, the Tenor 4 antiretroviral drug, or TLD. This is a step in the right direction as South Africa has the largest HIV treatment program in the world and aims to have more than 6 million people on ARVs by December 2020. Mother-to-child HIV transmission. We concern the report by the UN International Children's Emergency Fund, which says about 120,000 people aged up to 19 died last year from AIDS-related causes. The agency says 62% of the children who died from AIDS in 2018 were in the on the 0 to 4 age group. The UNICEF further stated that some 320 children of adolescents died every day from AIDS-related causes in 2018, or 13 every hour. Therefore, as we get closer to commemorating the World AIDS Day, remember those who lost their lives to AIDS, remember parents who lost all their children to AIDS, remember children who grew up alone in harsh conditions because both parents died on AIDS. And we remember those families that were totally wiped off by AIDS. HIV/AIDS stripped our people their dignity, and all we did back then was bury our people every day. Cemeteries became familiar to most families as they became battlegrounds for burial space as people died in large numbers. Today is no longer the case, and the IFP, we commend the ANC government for listening to the IFP-led government in testifying the fight against mother-to-child transmission. As a country that went through, lost many lives, we cannot ignore the gravity and sheer irresponsibility of former President Mbeki's deceptive journalism that costed this country millions of deaths could have been avoided. It was during these hard times when the IFP said enough was enough. The former Kwazulu Natal IFP Premier Dr. Leonard Mjali openly defied the NCA government policy and the leadership of former President Thabo Mbeki, which prevented the distribution of the anti-AIDS drug nevirapine to HIV-positive pregnant women. Close to 100,000 children were born being HIV positive in South Africa every year, and Premier Mjali and the IFP overruled then the ANC Health MNC in KZN and announced that KwaZulu Natal would begin rolling ARVs immediately in defiance of the government with policy which used delaying tactics and theoretical excuses to get in the way of saving our children and people. We are therefore applaud the government for doing absolutely well in escalating its efforts in the fight the rate of mother-to-child transmission of HIV to less than 1% in 2019. The life expectancy of South Africans has now increased from 45.5 years for men and 48.4 years for women from 2001 to 2006 to 61.5 years for men and 67.7 years for women in 2019, indicating that our people are no longer dying in numbers as they did before. Today, we applaud enrollment of 1.3 million people on the antiretroviral treatment program and the immediate provision of treatment to any patient who tests positive for HIV without making them wait for their CD4 count to drop. That is Test and Treat program. We applaud the government for introducing a fixed dose combination drug, which means that people only need to take 1 tablet daily instead of 3. However, according to a study released by University of Cape Town, our country still struggles to meet the HIV treatment coverage goals, and there is a strong evidence of reduced condom use among youth, which is the leading cause to the slow progress in achieving reduced HIV incidence. This means that more campaigns are needed in encouraging condom use. The province of KwaZulu Natal recorded the highest high HIV prevalence in the recent statistics.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm still coming
For
back.
that contribution.
Thank
Now we move on to DA. Honorable R. Virana for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. South Africa and KwaZulu Natal have made huge strides in the HIV/AIDS fight. As a country, we've made huge progress since the dark days of AIDS denialism of former President Thabo Mbeki. The South African HIV treatment program has progressed to provide millions with treatment, and instead of the beetroot and the African potato that was professed by former Health Minister Mantu Shabalala Msimang, South Africans now have access to life-saving ARVs provided by the public health system with the assistance of international organizations such as USAID and PEPFAR. Millions of South Africans must thank the efforts of non-governmental organizations like the Treatment Action Campaign for their persistent activism and court action that forced the government to ensure that antiretrovirals were provided to prevent mother-to-child transmission. Initially led by the DA-led Western Cape and the IFP-led KwaZulu-Natal provincial governments, the current PMTCT program has resulted in the births of millions of HIV-negative babies. And as the DA, we celebrate the 3 KwaZulu-Natal districts that are close to achieving the World Health Organization's 90-90-90 project. This is 90% of the population knowing their status, 90% of those positive on HIV treatment, and 90% of those on treatment attaining viral suppression. It allowed the fixed dose ARV treatment has been a game changer, and it allows for a once-a-day pill with fewer side effects. KwaZulu-Natal, though, is still seen as the epicenter of the worldwide HIV epidemic. And while great steps have been taken, there are still many social, medical, and healthcare issues faced by numerous communities and patients within KwaZulu-Natal. After years of declining HIV incidence, we are now seeing a rise in HIV infection rates. And as medical personnel, we know that prevention is better than cure. We need to avoid more people getting the virus than focusing just on treatment alone. With the rise in the access to ARVs, it is worrying that we are seeing a rising trend of complacency, particularly amongst the youth, who are engaging in more and more risky behavior. The fear of HIV infection that was in place for many in my generation seemed to have disappeared in the younger generation. And we need more drastic and eye-opening campaigns that target the youth in particular. Young people are now on their cell phones, and that is where the anti-HIV campaigns need to go to save this generation in KwaZulu-Natal. In addition, there's a very concerning trend in new infections. It is now young women from the ages of 10 to 25 that have become the face of new HIV infections in South Africa and KwaZulu-Natal. Young women living in poverty in rural areas and informal settlements are the worst affected. This mirrors the increase in teenage pregnancies in the same vulnerable group. The grinding poverty and the lack of opportunities, which has worsened under this ANC government, has led many of them to turn to blessers to provide for them. These older men infect them, impregnate them, and then when they are done, discard them. It is morally despicable and must be condemned. These men are a disgrace and should be socially shamed, and this is the only method that will end this despicable system of blessers. The Democratic Alliance welcomes the Pre-Exposure Prophylaxis Program, or PrEP. It allows for ARV treatment to risky and vulnerable groups, such as young women, sex workers, and the LGBTI plus communities. Similar programs internationally have shown reductions in HIV infections. However, it is concerning that the pilot programs of PrEP have not yet moved beyond the pilot phase. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you to the DA. The next speaker will be from the EFF, Honorable N.L. Mbaipeli.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, the United States established a program of HIV and AIDS in 2013-1999, a set of goals against HIV. This program is centered in making sure that by 2020, 90% of people who are HIV infected will be diagnosed, 90% of people who are diagnosed will be on antiretroviral treatment, and 90% of those who receive antiretroviral will be virally suppressed. Viral suppression is when a person's viral load or the amount of virus in an HIV-positive person's blood is reduced to an undetectable level. The strategy is an attempt to get the HIV epidemic under control and is based on the principle of testing and treating. What is central? To test and treat. Approaches is that if one can identify people early on in their infection and start treatment so they become virally suppressed, the onward transmission of HIV will be prevented, and this will impact on HIV incidence at a population level. There are an estimated of 36.7 million HIV positive people across the globe. In line with this, the goals will mean that 33.2 of these people will be diagnosed, 29.5 million will be on antiretrovirals, and 26.9 million would have viral suppression. HIV is a global concern, and our country and province are not immune. Our country has an estimated population of 58 million. 13.5% of our population is HIV positive. This means that 7.9 million people in 2019 are recorded as HIV positive. This number has increased from last year, as it was 7.7 million. The increase can be attributed to more people testing or more infections. Also, there is more life expectancy due to the rollout of ARVs to our people and a high reduction of death related to HIV. Our province is leading all other provinces in the country with people living with HIV. Over 2 million of our people, which is 18.23% of our population, is HIV. However, we note the decline in new infections. This should be a sign that our people are taking the necessary moral in living their lives with order and vigilance. Currently, our province is at 92% living with HIV. Who knows their status? 72% of them are on treatment, and 91% have a viral load, which cannot be detected. The government has some form of idea on which direction to take, but more can be done. A study conducted in Eshowe, a place notorious for HIV, where 1 in 4 people is HIV positive, proves that indeed 90-90-90 strategy can indeed work. The ratio is 90, 94 to 95. However, young men and women are not on treatment. We, however, must appreciate that a huge number of our people are not aware of their status. The government must make it a point that it puts more effort in mobilizing awareness and bring about a deliberate culture of testing. This requires professionals who will treat our people with honor, no matter their HIV status. This will require healthcare facilities which have the necessary capability to aid our people in their time of need. We are tired of hearing that our people in Ulundi, KwaMashu, and Idedale are turned back because there are no ARVs. Some are even forced to share their pills with other patients because of the limitation. The rollout of ARVs is a very expensive exercise. It costs our government billions of rands. It is for the reason that the economic freedom fighters will call on government to have its own company, controlled and managed by the state, and which will make treatment easily accessible to all our people at cheap production rates and be able to generate revenue by supplying neighboring countries. Also, the government has done a better job in making sure that mother-to-child HIV transmission is managed and subsequently prevented. This has been shown by the work previously done by the former MEC of Health. We are hopeful that the current political leadership will not drop the ball, but will make it a point that our people are treated with dignity and love. PMTC services should include early infection diagnosis at 4 to 6 weeks after birth, testing at 18 months and or when breastfeeding ends, and ART initiation as soon as possible for HIV-exposed infants to prevent HIV acquisition. Research informs us that around 1.4 million HIV infections among children were prevented between 2010 and 2018 due to PMTCT programs throughout the world. Our people, especially in rural areas and informal settlements, must be on these privileges so that they can benefit. We stand here to encourage our people to go out and test. This is important so that we can prevent unnecessary fatalities. HIV will be cured. We must resist the stigmas and bad-mouthing surrounding the epidemic. We must be extra cautious in our activities as the people of our province, and it must be our personal obligation to educate our society on preventative measures which are available to us as a society. Thank you.
Thank you to the EFF. Now, the NFP, VR Mlotshwa is not here, so we'll move straight to Minority Front. Honorable S. Tako Rashpansi.
Honorable members, we have come a long way since 1994. My institutional memory from 1999 is proof that, especially Kwazulu Natal, had declared war on HIV and AIDS and hosted international conventions, intensively invested in research and awareness campaigns, as well as expanded primary healthcare facilities to combat the scourge. The Minority Front welcomes a statement on mother-to-child vertical transmission, PMTCT, reduction of 10.8% to 1.1% rate. Around 1.4 million HIV infections amongst children were prevented between 2010 and 2018, honorable members, so well done. Yes, we have had some scandals, but global donor funding has assisted us tremendously. However, the Minority Front still calls for HIV and AIDS to be made notifiable under Section B of the Register for data to support budgets and to progress and for monitoring and evaluation. Honorable members, although we are wanting to prevent disease in children, but we still need healthy mothers first. The single-dose TLD is vital for compliance based on both 2012 and 2018 studies, which has positive outcomes for disease prognosis, economic and social spin-offs. But this drug has precautions pre and during pregnancy. Honorable MEC, the Minority Front calls for a statement, either by health or education, about HIV and AIDS life skills education conditional grant of 3.1 million granted a rollover and 1.5 million rands to be returned to the National Revenue Fund, which impacts on all HIV and AIDS programs, like the highly debated sex education school curriculum proposal, which has a direct bearing on HIV and AIDS amongst our youth, leading to high maternal and neonatal deaths, low contribution to the economy. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now moving to the African National Congress. Honorable Songwa Madlala for 9 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members and our guests in the gallery. I greet you. I have a great honor to stand here and share our revolutionary thoughts around issues of health, especially in the area of prevention of mother-to-child transmission, PMTCT. In the report as delivered by the acting premier, it is stated that the province has recorded great success in respect of reducing the transmission of HIV to unborn babies, thus saving more lives. Siyabonga kakhulu ndunankulu obambile ukuba usikhumbuze ukuthi indlela esihanjiwe yinde kakhulu ukuzama kwenza ngcono izimpilo zabantu. We agree that whereas a lot has been achieved, a lot more needs to be done as we continue to battle with the high HIV prevalence in KZN. The former President Mandela once said, open quote, I quote, "I have walked that long road to freedom. I have tried not to falter. I have made missteps along the way, but I have discovered the secret that after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. I have taken a moment here to rest, to steal a view of the glorious vista that surrounds me, to look back on the distance that I have come. But I can only rest for a moment, for with freedom come responsibilities, and I dare not linger, for my long walk is not ended." The ANC, upon taking power in 1994, Honorable Chairperson, had to climb mountains with an endeavor to adjust and improve the quality of life for our black disadvantaged majority. In so doing, it underpinned its health policy approach with a constitutional preamble which commits to justice and freedom in our land. When it settled in power, it discovered a problem of the HIV, which was unfortunately unfathomed by many and mostly mistaken for spirituality, and so many people perished. It is in climbing the mountains that the ANC learned that the revolution will remain under siege and later be threatened if it did not focus its health tactics on saving human capital. Between 1994 and 2007, South Africa developed a sophisticated legal framework dealing with health, which has respect for human rights at its center. There were also a number of laws, policies, guidelines, and judgments that specifically protect the rights of people living with HIV and AIDS in South Africa that were developed to support this framework. This is the basis of what underpinned the revolution of South Africa's policy on the prevention of mother-to-child transmission of HIV since 1998. This commitment saw the publishing of the government operational plan for treating and caring for those infected with HIV. The plan included increased provision of nevirapine, the extension of treatment to all HIV-infected pregnant mothers and their children, and the expansion of related healthcare services such as voluntary counseling and testing. Voluntary counseling and testing on its own, Honorable Speaker, was a game changer because many people gained confidence and started to accept their status and also talk about it. In KZN, in the month of April 2010, the government of Kwazulu Natal launched the HIV counseling and testing campaign to mobilize all people of the province to get tested for HIV and know their status. With this campaign, the government of the province, through the Department of Health, aims to test more than 3 million people in the province over a period of 14 months. This campaign tailed the announcement by the former President of the Republic, Honorable Jacob Zuma, during the World AIDS Day in 2009, whereby he called on all South Africans to continue to join forces in the fight to overcome the HIV and AIDS epidemic. Addressing the nation, former President Zuma said all South Africans should take steps to ensure that they do not become infected, that they do not infect others, and that they know their status. Each individual must take responsibility for protection against HIV. The KZN government, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, did not hesitate to invest resources to strengthen and augment this call, such that through funding from German and South African governments, the Department of Health in KwaZulu Natal benefited through a clinic upgrading program for improved HCT, formerly VCT service delivery. Through this program, more than 40 clinics throughout the province have been upgraded over the past few years. The upgrading focused on renovating and adding more HIV counseling rooms to clinics with insufficient rooms. The department also worked with various other sectors outside government towards the provision of HCT services and ensuring that no citizen is unable to access the service. We are applauding the provincial government for extending the stakeholder participation in this regard because government on its own cannot do much. As I indicated earlier on, Honourable Speaker, that the ANC's objective was to save both mothers and children as future human capital necessary for economic development and growth. We witnessed the change in commitment in 2004 where the comprehensive care management and treatment of HIV-infected individuals was introduced. Pregnant women with CD4 plus T-cell count less than 200 cells became eligible for HEART. This is exactly what the Constitution of our country referred to when it talked about recognizing the injustices of the past and therefore systematically introducing interventions meant to bring about freedom and justice. Endaweni yasemahlabathini somlomo lapho engazalelwa ngakhulela khona, abantu abaningi bayabonga ukuthi imindeni yabo isiyasinda ngenxa yalolu hlelo. Ezingxoxweni engiba nazo nezinhlaka zomphakathi kakhulukazi abesifazane nentsha, bayajabula kakhulu ukuthi abantwana babo ngeke besafa njengoba isizukulwane esandulela bona safa ngenxa yokweswela ulwazi. Abantu bakithi bayawubona umsebenzi omuhle owenziwa uhulumeni wabo. This sentiment is particularly because in 2008, the Department of Health updated the PMTCT policy to include the dual prophylaxis with azithromycin and nevirapine for 28 weeks gestation, nevirapine treatment for pregnant women during labor and for their babies within 72 hours of delivery, and thirdly, HEART for pregnant women with a CD4 plus T-cell count less than 200 cells. Saving women did not just remain a theory, but these developments and stages confirm the commitment of our government to better life for all. Coupled with the strategic move, the Minister of Health in 2008 launched the National PMTCT Accelerated A Plan, which aimed to reduce mother-to-child transmission of HIV from 12% in 2008 to less than 5% by 2011, in accordance with National Strategic Plan 2007 to 2001. The criticism of the NSP, Honourable Chair, comes because of the challenges that arise due to the vacancy rates in the Department of Health. Madam Speaker, Honourable Speaker, it is not acceptable for such a huge department to be working on a skeleton structure. Madam Honourable Speaker, I am raising this against the background that this department is currently sitting at 12% or more vacancies, and this defeats the aspirations of the NSP. We are urging the Premier on behalf of the ANC to reconsider the cabinet resolution which talks about moratorium, since this department deals with people, and we are concerned that the absence of the equally skilled staff and health professionals will render the National Strategic Plan useless. We agree with suggestions by the authors of the report as quoted by Acting Premier that human resources for health are the personification of a health system, yet there is relative neglect of and insufficient investment in the people who work to improve community well-being and health. Honourable members, we have already said PMTCT has been a great success, and we need to sustain it by ensuring that we all converse more on the importance of pregnant women taking medication to prevent transmission. While significant progress has been made in this area, HIV remains the third leading cause of maternal mortality and a significant contributor to under 5 deaths in South Africa. Therefore, managing the health of women living with HIV and preventing child transmission of HIV remains a critical intervention in our country. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
We are supposed to be receiving a debate from ATM, but Honourable Pagat is not here. So we'll move straight to ACDP. Fundis, Honourable Mangai.
I want to compliment the KZN Department of Health and the Tegwini region for the reduction of HIV transmission from mother to child in the past 10 years. However, our Department of Health should focus on eliminating, not only just reducing the transmission from mother to the baby to 0%. more education, awareness on HIV testing and detection in the early stages of pregnancy is imperative. Commencement of antiretroviral treatment and adhere to the instruction of the treatment should be emphasized, thus it eliminates the risk of transmission. In terms of awarenesses, we have noted that some women, they come to the hospital when they're about to deliver their babies, find that they are not aware about taking and using ARVs. Sometimes they took it by force or following the advice by the nurses, and this increased the number of defaulters. So the whole society should be made aware about the importance of using PMTTC. Baby formula should be easily accessible in order to prevent HIV positive mothers from breastfeeding. However, many mothers cannot afford baby formula, hence we request that formula should be given to the mothers who are HIV positive,
Thank you,
free
Honorable
of charge.
Manala.
Thank you very much.
We are now going to get a debate from the DA. Honorable R. Virana for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. As we said earlier, prevention is better than cure. And one of the programs that is aiming to do that is the PrEP program, targeted at vulnerable groups. Now, similar programs have shown reduction in the HIV infections in vulnerable groups, and KwaZulu Natal is just concerning that we have not moved beyond the pilot phase of this program. In eThekwini alone, there are only 2 sites offering PrEP, and in these sites, only certain professionals can prescribe these medications, and this is preventing many people in vulnerable communities, such as the LGBTI community, from accessing it. And we call on the MEC of Health to expand this program to more sites and for more professionals to be able to dispense it. Don't delay this rollout. We've seen what the delay in 2002 cost in terms of thousands of deaths from HIV. We do not want to see a repeat. During our oversight visits to clinics and hospitals and complaints from patients, the biggest complaints we get is regarding stockouts of some ARVs, especially those drugs used in second and third line treatment regimen. Now, patients who are already on those regimens are at high risk of defaulting and a high risk of their HIV virus mutating very quickly. The main cause, as highlighted during a recent oversight visit to a Midlands clinic, is a failure of the central pharmacy to supply the correct number of HIV drugs to their clinic. Even though they have followed all the proper requisition procedure, it is central pharmacy that is failing this, the clinics and the health professionals out in the field. And this should definitely be, I hope, a priority project for the Health Portfolio Committee as we carry out our oversight duty during this term. Now, during the report, there's also a mention of the 788 returning Cuban graduates. A recent parliamentary question showed that it costs almost 1 million rand a year per student on the Cuban program. Now, UKZN Medical School is already a leader in research and training. And that money could have, instead of converting it into dollars and sending it to another country, could have developed UKZN Nelson Mandela School of Medicine into a even better world-class expanded health teaching institute in KwaZulu-Natal. It's a failure of this government that could have been used in the development of this
Thank you,
province.
Honorable Member. The next member.
Thank you, Speaker.
The next member is Honorable N.J. Nkwanyana of the IFP for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As an IFP, we also commend the training of nurses to initiate patients on antiretroviral treatment, which used to be performed only by doctors. This has done a lot of improvement in our societies. The circumcision of more than 1 million men and boys, decreasing the rate of HIV infection by up to 60% in just 10 years, with not a single death reported in a milestone that we cannot ignore. However, a lot more has to be done in this regard. This calls for government and everyone to double their effort by getting more community health workers to take HIV testing to the people in all communities, especially in rural areas. Everyone must be tested and know their status if we want new infections to decrease. Here at Ishawe, in KZN, is leading by an example in their efforts of fighting HIV. Their efforts should be replicated in all other our communities. We understand that government cannot win against this fight alone, but everyone's effort is needed in the fight of HIV epidemic. Training of healthcare personnel in the adolescent and youth user-friendly program must be strengthened through KZN communities. The number of new infections in adolescent girls and young men is extremely high. We need to see more healthcare attending to all the healthcare needs of young people, including supplying them with condom and other contraceptives. Campaigns of awareness against the culture of blessers and sugar daddies needs to be intensified amongst young women in this country. A lot of damage has been done by the horrific culture where we have been women selling their souls to the older men for money. Discrimination and stigma. In order to encourage people living with HIV and AIDS to be tested early, it is also essential to overcome discrimination barriers. The fear of the stigma attached to a positive test result can prevent patient from accessing early screening. For this reason, this legislature and other stakeholders must speak out clearly and consequently against all forms of discrimination against people living with HIV anywhere in the country. HIV is to be treated as a transmissible but not contagious disease, and any restrictions on freedom of access, travel, and residence for HIV-positive people because of their HIV status are counterproductive. Any such practice will dissuade patients from abstaining screening and treatment, which is harmful to the individual and to society. Our common humanistic core value and a strong commitment to human values, solidarity and our position against discrimination must be basis of all policies to fight HIV and AIDS and should be the foundation for all activities in combating the disease. The IFP demands that action must be taken against nurses and doctors who name and shame people with HIV in public domain. In conclusion, I should like to make 2 observations. The first is that our common goal is as follows. People test positive for HIV must receive high-quality treatment regardless of our origin, nationality, opinion, age, sex, sexuality, orientation, religion, and other factors. The second observation is that in this context, international coordination is essential in this pandemic is to be defeated. I want to say to those who are living with HIV that their status does not define them and they cannot be whoever they want to be. And to say to those who have not been tested, perhaps out of fear, that is the better to live in knowledge than to die in fear. HIV in this country is no longer the death sentence.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker for 10 minutes is Honorable N.M. Sibiya of the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we just going to start by just dealing with some few things here that I think they need to be clarified as the ANC. Especially, we've got people who are finding themselves in a situation where they have to face a collapsing organization or a collapsing party which today 5 of their mayors couldn't complete or finish their term of office. So I understand why they raise issues in this fashion. I'm going to start with Honorable Virana, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, once again, we find a young member of the legislature.
Honorable Member. Honorable Mayor, the gesture you made looked to my direction. Is it directed to any member or to me?
No, Madam Speaker.
May we not do such gestures in terms of the rules, please? Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. We're saying once again, we find some people here, a very young member of the legislature, standing up here, grandstanding and narrow politicking, being at the center of this young member who's Honorable Viran, trying to plead a case for his masters who are pharmaceutical company owners, because to him, they must always be beneficiaries in the death of our people. That is why he stand up here criticizing any alternative care or cure that is being used by our people in this country. He stood up here talking about the lack of opportunities under the ANC government. I want to ask Honorable Virana these questions, and please listen very carefully. Honorable Virana, where were you when our people were deprived education under apartheid government? Where were you when young women and men were deprived access to universities? Where were you when only about 100,000 only in universities before 1994, and today we have more than 1 million of young women and men who are accessing education? I want to check, where were you when our parents had to leave us and go and work in mines, firms as domestic workers? We had to be brought up by grandmothers and grandfathers who were old and frail, and our parents had to come back once or twice in a year. You are heartless and senseless because you are the beneficiary of a tricameral parliament. Yourself, you are a doctor today because of this system that you are criticizing. Because you never suffered, that's why we are saying under ANC government, there is a lack of opportunities. Let me tell you, in rural areas, our people are benefiting and they are happy. That's why they are voting ANC. You will continue criticizing ANC because we are bitter. Because we are bitter that we are giving our people good education, we are giving them access to health. I'll continue with you, Virana, because I want to clear your mind. Honorable Virana, we can never put any figure or any amount of money when it comes to training of doctors, especially who have received high quality training focusing on primary health care and prevention. One thing that we know that makes you angry is that the Cuban program, the Cuban program is benefiting black young women and men who were previously disadvantaged, and it hurts you that it's done in Cuba. Long live to President Fidel Castro. Will continue training our doctors in Cuba because they are trained in quality high care. They are trained in prevention. They are trained in primary health care. Unlike you, who can't prevent diseases, seated there, you are just a useless doctor. You can't even cure a single person here. When you are sick, we can't even use you. When any member gets sick here, we won't use you because we don't trust where you were trained. We don't trust even your qualifications. Honorable Speaker, let's continue. Honorable Nkwanyan, I know you are bitter because we are going to lose Johannesburg as well. Honorable Nkwanyan, let us tell you this. You are silent now. I've touched you exactly where I wanted. We are going to lose the economic hub of this country. It's coming back to the ANC. Honorable Nkwanyana, in fact, next week, Tswane is going. You'll be left with nothing. You've lost Nelson Mandela. You are just useless seated there. Honorable Nkwanyana, let us agree with you. And I think you've said a lot in agreement with the ANC. But I think let us also acknowledge that it doesn't help us to just easily forget what has happened in the past 10 years under President Zuma and just only remember what happened about 15, 20 years back under President Mbeki. I think it's very opportunistic for a leader of your caliber. We must never easily forget what is good that has been done just 10 years back and jump 15, 20 years back and remember what you believe was not done correctly. So as a good leader, we must strike the balance. I'm just pleading with you that, please, Mawam, let us be honest and fair. Under Ngqamalala, a lot was done correct. It's very, very important. Honorable Speaker, today marks a very important day where as this House we must honestly engage on such an important matter in our province. The expectation is that all of us, while some become critical on the work that has been done, but they also bring solutions. We must acknowledge, Speaker, that the work that has been done by the government of the ANC in changing the picture of HIV and AIDS in this country is massive. We come a long way from where HIV was seen as a curse in this country. We come from a situation where access to HIV medication was just a dream or was non-existing, to a situation where today where this country is having the biggest or the largest HIV program in the world, where everyone, no matter who you are, no matter whether you have money or not, whether you are rich or poor, but this government has made it possible for the HIV treatment to be accessible to all. When we say the ANC is a caring organization, we mean it. Here we are walking the talk. Speaker, there is an empirical evidence that what we used to see some years back, where we witnessed our people perishing every day in front of our eyes, where in rural areas, suburbs, townships, we had funerals every weekend in numbers. Our people were being killed by HIV and AIDS-related sicknesses. Today, that picture is history. It has been turned around 360 degrees. Our people today are living longer. The bed in our hospitals is no longer like before. We see far less funerals than before. Honorable Speaker, when you go to where I'm coming from, we used to have funerals day in, day out, every weekend. Today, maybe we get one funeral a month because of this ANC government that cares. And they easily forget that because they are narrow and petty and they just think about losing everything in this country. I don't even think that DA is still concerned about running this country. I think you've accepted that you will forever be an opposition party. You've lost the plot, DA. Exactly. While I agree with the MEC and the acting premier next to me here. So, Honorable Speaker, i-ANC ikubeke phambili kakhulu ukuphila kwabantu bakulelizwa. Ubani okwacabanga ukuthi namuhla singakhuluma ngokuthi siya ngokuqeda nya ukuthelelwa kwabantwana omama babo ngesifo sengculazi uma bebeletha. Namuhla siqopha umlando siwuhulumeni ukuthi sisuka la abantu bebephuza khona amaphilisi amaningi ngosuku. Kodwa namuhla sebethatha elilodwa futhi eliphilisi lisebenza kangcono kakhulu. Khumbula ukuthi ANC umbutho wabantu, konke esikwenzayo sibeka abantu phambili. Yingakho siza nama programs amasha usuku nosuku. Njengamanje abantu bakithi sebenzelwe kwalula ukuthola imishanguzo yabo. Lo hulumeni okhokhelwa umongameli Cyril Ramaphosa ususendezele abantu bakithi uhlelo lokulanda imishanguzo yabo eindaweni abahlala kuzo. Kungaba isezinkantolo zamakhosi, isezinkulisa noma ezitole eseduze kwabo. Lokhu sikwenza ngoba sifuna abantu bakithi baphile impilo engcono esezingeni nempilo ende. U-ANC ke loyo uhlale uvela namaqhinga okwenza izinto ezibe ngcono. Honorable Speaker, we must tell everyone in this house that NHI is upon us. Sizoyenza, sizoimplementa bethanda bengathandi, it's going to happen. Right now, our public health system is the last line of defense. Even those with medical aid, they resort to come. Even those with medical aid resort want to come to public hospitals once their medical aid funds get exhausted. In fact, funds in your medical aids get exhausted within the first 6 months and you get to be saved by this public health system that you are insulting every day. Bragging about having access to private hospitals is nothing special. That is related to you getting medical treatment. But it's all about getting a hotel treatment, ube nombhedo wakho wodwa
Thank you,
ubuka
Honourable
i-TV
Member.
udla utsheli no-custody ubuye uzola
Thank you,
esibhedlela
Honourable.
sikahulumeni. Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much,
Honourable
Honourable
Member.
Speaker.
The next speaker to respond to the debate is the Honorable Ndube Ncube, the acting premier, and MEC Etia.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. Somlomo siyafisa ukubonga inkulumo ebesithula on behalf of
Malunga hloniphekile. Bengicela siphe undunankulu.
Isikhathi. Siyabonga Somlomo inkulumo besithula ngokuthunywa undunankulu ubaba uKhuzeni. Siyafisa ukubonga kakhulu umama uNomakiki ngokusikhumbuzisa ukuthi MDG 4 and 5 measuring the lifelong of our people lapha eSouth Africa iUnited Nations iyasincoma kakhulu and neAfrica yonke kwiAfrica Care where it says no women should die while giving birth ingempela iyabonakala ngoba abekho abantu besifazane ekufanele bashone beteta ngenxa yokuthi abahlengwa ngendlela okuyiyona yona. Honorable Nkwanyana ngiyafisa nje ukukhumbuzisha kancane lapha yamhlonisha ukuthi akekho ungqongqosho waka-IFP owakabongqongqosho wezempilo Chairman. Manje ngiyabona ukuthi didekile mhlonishwa wami. Manje mawusuthi i-IFP iyona eyadifaya ugovernment yenza ipolicy angikwazi njengobesho umhlonishwa usibiya nje ukuthi cha ugovernment kaKhongolose uyena washintsha ama-policies njengoba sishilo kulombiko ukuthi washintsha ama-policies ukuthi abantu bakithi bakwazi ukuthola imishanguzo ngaphandle kokubheka ukuthi i-status noba i-viral load yabo ingakanani. And currently, soon, the patients that have been found positive, they are immediately initiated with the ARTs. And currently in Kwazulu Natal, we have 1.4 million people that are on treatment out of 2 million who are living with the virus. You can imagine umsebenzi owenziwa yilokhulumeni kaKhongolose. Udaba lokuthi kune slow progress mhlonishwa uNkwanyana kubantu abasha ngiyacabanga ukuthi njengomuntu owumama kanye nomuntu omholi kufanele kube yithi esingabazali singabaholi bomphakathi esigqugquzela abantwana bethu futhi esifundisa umphakathi wonke ukuthi kufana nalokho kade kushiwa umhlonishwa uVirana lapha ati ama blessers uhulumeni lento eshiwo uVirana. It's this issue that is very problematic of DA that is always blaming a government with everything. Umuntu makes an accident and the DA blames the government. Umuntu decides to get drunk and you blame the government. Umuntu decides to go and sleep around knowing that you are not protecting yourself, then you blame the government for people who are irresponsible. That is irresponsible of you as leaders. I think it is fair that as leaders we should be able to stand up and be counted and say as men of integrity, as honorable members of this legislature, we should all say phansi nama blessers. Don't blame the government for that, because that is irresponsible of those men. You should be saying, not in my name as a man. That's what you should be saying. Not to go to government or let ama blesser la. Siyafisa ukusho ukuthi uma ngabe umhlonishwa lapha uPaypal siyabonga ngamazwi owashoyo woku acknowledge umsebenzi osuwenziwe lohulumeni kaKhongolose nanokuthi uhulumeni kaKhongolose njengamanje ukhuluma ngokuthi ukhulumisana ngqo nama manufacturers wama medications nama ARTs ukuthi kufanele ukuthi ama manufacturers ayenze ama stockpile futhi uhulumeni oholwa yilo Khongolose usimbonile ungqongqoshe ubaba Umkhize ebiza ngisho umhlangano wama manufacturers ebatshela ukuthi fanele benze ama stockpiles we medication so that ingabi khona indawo engenawo medication. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi mhloniphi Mphayipheli wenza iphutha ngokuthi uthi abantu lapha KwaZulu Natal bashoda ngemithi kakhulukazi ARTs. Cha, akaze kwenzeke lapha KwaZulu Natal ngoba kunohlelo lapha KwaZulu Natal lapho from head office kuyakwazi ukuthi kubonakale i-district ne-district ukuthi stoko singakanani bese beyakwazi ukuthi basizwe ngestoko. Siyabonga mhlonishwa umama uMF weMF ngokuthi ukhulume about the declaration of war on HIV and AIDS and a lot of life that have been spared by this ANC government. I also wanted to say, honorable members, that Honorable Virana, as the Honorable Sibia was saying, that the KZN government has not only just moved beyond the pilot, but has demonstrated tangible measures where really for you, njengoba esho umhlonishwa uSibia ukuthi kulula kuwena ukuthi ukhulume ngokuthi uhulumeni awenzi lutho ngoba awuhlali nathi lapha ya emalokishini nasemakhaya lapho ebesibona abantu bakithi befa usuku nosuku singcwaba usuku nosuku. Olunye engifisa ukukukhumbuza lona mhlonishwa uVirana ukuthi lapha ya eUKZN we have a limited space of students that can enroll in each year. That is why, as this government, we took a proactive stance to say we cannot wait for the numbers that we need. That is why we had to partner with Cuban and other institutions to ensure that we have enough numbers of doctors that are trained. Honorable Madlala, uMahlongwa, siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi usikhumbuzise ukuthi umhlonishwa ubaba uRamaphosa uphinde wasinikeza omunye umgomo wokuthi asikhuphule izinga labantu abazotesta nabazotreatwa. Uzawutshela nje umama uSumelane ukuthi banikezwe amanye ama-targets njengamanje that they need to adhere to from His Excellency the President in terms of ensuring that our 90-90-90 strategy is rolled out. Again, I just want to say to Honorable Manqele, siyabonga kakhulu ngokuthi usikhumbuzise umsebenzi owenziwe yilo hulumeni kodwa cha i-baby formula honorable member mhlonishwa i-available kuwona wonke izibhedlela zethu for omama abancelisayo yilo hulumeni kaKhongolose obanika mahala abantu bethu ubisi uma ngabe bekufanele balithole. Sinama campaign ke amaningi njengalo hulumeni kaKhongolose ama-campaign that we are running, such as the campaigns that she conquers, targeting teenagers and young women, campaigns like Isibaya Samadoda, Ikosombe, Lamajita, targeting men in the rural and urban settings. Sinama campaigns afana nonqoqonqonqo, sikhulekile ekhaya, lapho omama oSimelane bengena umuzi ngomuzi bethatha odokotela onesi bebayisa emakhaya beyongena bafundise umuzi ngomuzi ukuthi kubaleke ngani ukuthi bazihlole nanokuthi bazibheke. Ngalamazwi siyabonga kubona bonke emhlonishwa uSibiya ukuthi usikhumbuzise nawe ngosikhumbuzise ngakho ukuthi we should not claim easy victories, because this work that is being done by the ANC government is done so that our people can live impilo ekuyiyona yona nempilo abaziqhenyayo, a quality life that we can all be proud of. Bahlonishwa, siyabonga ngenkulumo kanye nenkulumo mpikiswano yanamhlanje.
Honorable members, as we are all aware that this is our last sitting of the year, we are now going to call upon party leaders to, on behalf of their parties, send festive seasons messages to all that they want to send to. We will start with the ACDP for 3 minutes. The reason we have the order paper as members is so that we know what is coming next and we come closer to the podium or where we want to address from. Ayinde le ndlela aphume ngayo uBishop. Indlela aphume ngayo. Honorable S.E. Manqele for ACDP for 3 minutes.
The ACDP would like to extend our warmest season greetings and wish you and a family love, joy, peace, and happiness during this festive season. We pray that you and your loved ones have a festive season. We give thanks to God, the Father, for his Son, Jesus Christ, whom we are celebrating. Let us show love, kindness, and humanity to one another, irrespective of religion, race, or political difference. Let us love one another, just as Christ loved us, treating others as we would like to be treated. We pray the blessing of God upon you all. May you be safe on the roads and adhere to the rules of the roads at all times. I want to quote Victoria Ornstein when she said, "Resist strife, keep the peace, and be determined to be a blessing everywhere you go during these holiday seasons. Be an example of God's love, because this is what will last in the eternity," unquote. The King James in the book of Isaiah chapter 9 verse 6 says, "For unto us the child is born, and unto us the son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulders, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace." We wish you all safe and blessed Christmas and prosperous 2020, and don't forget to celebrate with me on 25 December is the day I was born. So when you celebrate, know that you don't forget me. Thank you very much.
The next member is the Honorable ATM leader is not in the house. Now we'll go to Honorable Esther Kurrajpanzi for MF.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, honourable members. As we come to the end of yet another year, this year will be remembered by all honourable members for the May 2019 election outcomes, the heavy work and constituency programs. This part of the year post-Diwali and Eid leads to Christmas, much loved and popular festival worldwide. The good news of Christmas is the gospel message of salvation in Jesus Christ. As per Matthew 1:21, "You shall call him Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sin." This means, honorable members, that we must do our share, privileged by the Lord, to serve our province and country and do the best that we can for the needy, wipe the tears of the helpless, be missionaries of charity, serve the critically ill, feed the hungry, visit old age children and children's homes and women's shelters in our constituencies. Honorable MEC of Transport, please hasten the provincial road repairs before the festive season visitors arrive. The Honorable Cocter MEC, please sort out the potholes post the heavy rains, because this season also claims many lives on our roads like the Easter period. To the Honorable MEC of Education, the matric results brings both joy and sadness. Go the extra mile for distressed learners. To the Honorable MEC of Health, we look forward to the pictures of our Christmas and New Year's babies at our institutions. Honorable MEC of Economic Development, a Christmas fair is in order. Convert a suitable open area in Etuqueni to an ice rink, given the unpredictability of snow visiting KZN during December. If it's hot, then at least it will attract visitors like the sea does due to the cooling effect. We can also look forward to entertainment at the Playhouse with the allocated funds to the Philharmonic Orchestra well spent. The Minority Front takes this opportunity to thank our dedicated civil servants who work over the festive period, ensuring our safety and recovery, such as SAPs, the medical staff and social services staff, traffic officers, disaster unit staff, and municipal cleaners. Similarly, I thank all legislature staff, from our dedicated secretary, Ms. N. Naidu, officials and outsourced personnel in IT, cleaning and catering services. As we all look forward to some quality family time this Christmas, let's thank God for keeping us safe and keep in our prayers all our officials and honorable members who have lost loved ones. Finally, Honorable Speaker, we look forward to the legislature's Christmas card, but I hope this year it comes with lights and music. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and a blessed Christmas and Happy New Year to all. Where's the money? We've underspent in the legislature budget, so we should get a good Christmas card. Thank you.
The next member is Honorable V.R. Mlochwa of the NFP, not in the House, but Honorable Thakur Rajbans. I'm still recovering. Now we're going to call upon the next leader, which is Honorable A.V. Khoza of the EFF.
Sibonge Somlomo. The festive season means many different things to different people. However, we can all agree that it's the time of rest and recuperation in preparation for the year ahead. We therefore call upon our people and members of this house in particular to go and spend quality time with your families, because you spend the whole year gallivanting, carrying out your official duties. And we must remind you as politicians that family is very important, because once your political fortunes change, family is all that you are going to have. We call upon the police and law enforcement agencies to be vigilant. KZN, it must never happen again that KZN becomes the first in terms of when it comes to statistics of road facilities. We appeal that the law enforcement agencies should spare no effort in securing our roads. We also want to take this opportunity to wish the EFF all the best, as it will be holding its elective conference, the National People's Assembly in Nasrec, on the 13th to the 16th of this year. We shall go to the conference and come back united more than ever. As we close this year, in response to Chief Whip, as we close this year, we are happy to announce that through commitment, hard work, and discipline, the EFF was able to grow its electoral support by 525%, Chief Whip, these past elections. So we just want to tell you that it's been a very good year for the EFF, and we are looking forward to 2020 as we'll be preparing for 2021. Kodwa ke acting premier ngqongqoshe economic development kunento esikhathazayo njenge EFF. We know that tourism has got a potential of changing our economic fortunes. And we also understand that Durban is one of those destinations that our upcountry visitors would like to visit, and even international. But we are very unhappy with the condition of our city, particularly eThekwini, and our cities generally, mainly because of bad buildings, mainly because of vagrants, mainly because of lack of safety and security, which in a way ends up giving these other ones an advantage at Cape Town. And they never stop boasting about how beautiful Cape Town is. But I think as KZN, we are letting ourselves down. We need to give specific attention to that particular aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next member for the DA is Honorable Z.M. Mwango.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will do the message for the DA and also cover the IFP as per the request by the IFP. Honorable Speaker, 2019 has been a difficult year, Honorable Speaker, where we saw in our country losing few people from creative industry. We saw and observed shocking stats on gender-based violence. We also saw the increase on unemployment in South Africa, but they were positive, Honorable Speaker. We had free and fair and peaceful elections. We ended this year with Springbok winning the World Cup, which showed that South Africa can unite, especially using sport. But also, other observation, Speaker, is that at least now we see the improve in terms of attendance by the cabinet. I think last time we had to complain about that. We must commend leadership on the Premier in terms of cabinet attending and all MECs for taking time to attend legislature sittings. But also, Honourable Speaker, I will do justice if we don't thank all support staff led by Secretary who have supported us during sittings and committees. We thank you, Secretary, and your team. But also, Honourable Speaker, when we started sixth term, we had challenges in terms of communication. But I must say we have seen improvement, and we commend you, Honourable Speaker, for what you're doing. And thank you for your leadership that you've shown in this House. And we would like to wish all members safe holidays. And lastly, don't drink and drive. Behave. Thank you.
Thank you. The next honorable member for IFP is Honorable M.B. Gwala.
Honorable Speaker, the provincial legislature's program for this year has come to a close. While some progress has been achieved in delivering basic services, there have been serious setbacks. On behalf of our leader of the official opposition, Honorable V.F. Tlhabisa, and chairperson of the IFP caucus, Honorable N. Msimango, I would like to see the Kwazulu Natal Legislature approach its oversight obligations to the South African citizens and taxpayers with considerably more vigor and dedication in the new year 2020. We appeal to all our road users to be careful, vigilant, and cautious, and not to contribute to accidents. We call on the police, traffic officers, and all in the criminal justice system to help ensure that there is safety and security during this festive season. We urge the public to support them in the execution of their duties. We extend our support and good wishes to all our law enforcement officers, healthcare professionals, and emergency care workers throughout the country. They will be working long hours as they protect the nation. We urge South Africans to show visitors the warm hospitality that we are known for and make their visit pleasant and memorable. Tourists contribute immensely to economic growth and job creation. They also serve to market our country when they go home. Together, let us tackle the challenges of 2020 with all the determination and fortitude we can master. On behalf of the IFP in KZN, I wish everyone, including the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the members of the Cabinet, members of the Legislature, legislature staff, and everybody else, a happy holiday and a prosperous happy new year. I thank you.
Thank you. The next member for the ANC is Honorable Ndube Ncube.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. The year 2019 is fast approaching an end. For many hardworking South Africans like yourselves, the year has gone rather very fast. It has been a busy year, and most of us focused in our individual and collective contribution towards deepening our democracy and delivering services to our people. To be certain, in the coming year, we look forward to serve our people better, faithfully, and selflessly. We remain committed to doing all in our power to serve the national vision of a democratic, united, non-racial, non-sexist, just and prosperous South Africa. To ours, it is critical task of renewing hope for our people and building together a country that provides for itself, a country that creates jobs, restores dignity, the most vulnerable and mostly marginalized. As we are concluding this extraordinary year where we went through elections, set a foundation for the sixth administration, despite all the challenges, let us go out there and caution our people to learn from the past experiences, remind them to be vigilant. We remain highly consumptive as a nation that spend and feast on debt. Asikhumbuza abantu bakithi ukuthi bangaspend imali yabo ku Black Friday ngoba abantwana fanele baphile. For those of us who have blessings, those of us who have done better than others this year in our fortunes, rest the duty to give charitable to the work on your hands and pay it forward to someone else. Let us share with our neighbors, give those who seek and those that can share in our messes. Let us face the poverty, the deprivation in our nation that remains sadly overwhelming me, that remains also a face of a black woman. As we gather with our families, let us not ignore our instinct to check our children. Let us also not turn a blind eye to abuse, and let us not neglect those who depend on us for their safety. Drink, but then please don't drive. Share that alcohol responsibly, avoid endless bouts, and please remember to look after yourself. Honorable Speaker, we wish to thank you for your leadership, the leadership of our Honorable Premier. As we bid farewell to yet another year, we also wish to thank your staff under the leadership of the Secretary and all the honorable members of this House. May the season of goodwill bring you much needed rest and rejuvenate your spirit with compliment on a new season. People who died last year had plans for today, but you are still alive. Tell God and be grateful. I wish you all honorable members and your families a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
That then concludes the business of today. But before we We move to adjourn. May we check, are there any announcements from the Office of the Premier?
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. There are no further announcements.
Thank you. We have quite a few announcements. We are reminding members that today is the beginning of the National Inter-Legislature Games that are hosted by the KZN Legislature, which will run until Saturday. Programs have been sent to members, and members have been requested previously to indicate their participation. So members who have indicated their participation or attendance are reminded to please submit their needs for accommodation to the table staff before 1400 hours today, so that you don't go to the hotel and your name is there because you did not make prior arrangement. Honorable members, we want to wish all the participants that are coming to KwaZulu Natal the best in the participation, but we wish all the teams of KwaZulu Natal, starting from the choir to all the codes that we are participating on, good luck. We are sure that they will bring back some of the trophies, if not all. We are also, when we finish, inviting honorable members for a lunch. The Office of the Speaker is inviting the honorable members for a lunch as part of our closing today. We have a lunch prepared. Then, honorable members, we want to also wish you, as the speakership, a very relaxed and rejuvenating festive break with your family, friends, and constituencies. We want to remind you that whilst we might not be having official legislature business, you remain members of the provincial legislature. So in this festive break, remember the vulnerable. Be advocates and ambassadors for the vulnerable. During festivities, we always see increased numbers of victimization to the vulnerable in terms of gender-based violence and also criminality. We are calling upon all of you to continue being the responsible members you've been throughout the year. Prepare something for the less fortunate people in where you are coming from. With all that said, honorable members, we're looking forward to see you at the beginning of the year. Thank you, honorable members, for the way that you have cooperated with the Office of the Speaker in the year 2019. We are looking forward to more cooperations to all of you. Without you, there is no Office of the Speaker. Honorable members, now we have come to the end, and the House is adjourned sine die.
umhlaba wonke ezandleni zabantu. Akunamuntu waphatha umhlaba ngayedwa. Umhlaba wonke ezandleni zabantu. Akunamuntu waphatha umhlaba ngayedwa.
Uyezwa purpose, uyezwa purpose. Uyezwa purpose. Ongciwa. Uma befuna ukusetshenzelwa ngabantu.
Yini socialism
We-purpose uya.
umhlaba wonke ezandleni zabantu. Akunamlungu
Akunamuntu waphatha umhlaba ngayedwa.
Yini socialism
Umhlaba